3, 2, 1.
Let's go.
You've been stuck with me performing for you.
Ha ba ba. Ha ba 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 ba. Ha ba 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 You're the little dragon boy? You're the man? Alright, well, if that's what you think, I'm going to shit all over you. Hello. Hello, 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 hello. How is everyone doing? How are you feeling? I hope you're feeling good, because it's very possible that this stream I will not help you feel better. Not the best? I'll do my best. we can work hard on it. You good? Oh, me? I am fine. See, here's the thing. I want to talk. I want to have a talk with y'all, and not like a "you're in trouble. Let's have a talk. Come to the principal's office," but more like a I feel the need and also the creative desire to contextualize a lot of the things that I feel and do and say into a stream, and the best way for me to do that is by performing the very act that I plan to contextualize.
9 months. Isn't that stream baby or something?
It is a stream baby. What would you like to name the baby? So, in the context of the thing that I wish to do, it is complain. And here's the context of that. The context of the context. Haha. I am a very critical person. As an artist and as a consumer both, I am very critical. I am critical of myself, critical of other people's work, critical of things that I love, especially very critical of things that I love. And there's been a lot of Pokemon happening lately. Now, is this to say that I'm going to spend this stream shitting on Pokemon? No. Probably, but no. I intend to use Spyro 2 as a vessel to shit on something, because I do not like this game, and yet I love this game. It's a very complicated relationship where I have never been able to figure out exactly what it is that Spyro 2 has that the other games don't have, and why I hate that thing. So I want to explore this game, because you recall, when I replayed the Spyro trilogy, I did not play Spyro 2. I skipped right over it and went to Spyro 3. And since we're doing the PS1 event, I figured, hey, how about I play Spyro 2? How about we play Spyro 2, I'm going to figure out what I don't like about it, and while I figure that out, we are going to talk about what I don't like in other things, and while we talk about that, we are going to talk about, 1, why what I don't like doesn't matter, and 2, why what I don't like does matter. It's a very complex, very heady stream. This one's sort of conceptual. It's a little high concept. I'm not going to be actively shitting on things just to get a reaction. I want y'all to know up front that is not what I do. I do not come at something just so I can be the contrarian or the one who doesn't like it. You know, I know that that ends up being how things go a lot of the time, but that's more of a personality thing and not like a hipster thing. Like, yeah, we'll get into it. Just the main point being, it is important to me that I talk about this, because there's a lot to talk about. Recently, there's a lot of things from previous streams that I can bring up, and there's a lot that I want to change about how I communicate going forward, and I think this will kind of help me wrap my head around all of that. So that's what this stream is about. It is, as the title says, Crudberry versus Spyro 2, Subjectivity, and the inherent value of art. I'm going to be fighting all of those things while also embracing them at the same time, and we will get there. But for now, Hababa, welcome to the stream. I hope you're all doing well. What song is this? This is the Mayhem album, Washed Out. It is one of the most recent things on the Halley Labs discography. Abs be Gaib. I'm going to assume that means gone. There it is, gone.
They've gifted 97 months in the channel.
Yo, Mail City, thank you for gifting a sub to Apple Sky. I really appreciate that. It's a really awesome thing for you to have done. Very generous as well. Big, big thank yous. Alright. Let's get into it. It's already 9:50, which means it is like fucking midnight 50 for a lot of you. So we'll go ahead and hit it. I want to hit it. And where's my television? Hello. Hello, Spyro. Thank you, Spyro, for giving me the option of slot 1 or slot 2. I will be picking slot 2 today. Does not have a Spyro 2 save block? Go ahead and create one. Alright, let me turn the volume up some. So, how's everyone doing? I've already asked that, but for real, I want to make sure I'm investing in you as well, because, like I said, I will be investing a lot of time into probably disparaging things that a lot of people enjoy. And this time I'll be doing it on purpose, actively, the whole stream. But it'll be okay. I'm not gonna be an asshole about it. We're just discussing. So tell me now how you are, or forever hold your peace. Let's talk shit. Alright, not good, but getting better. Leggy, I will do my best to make you feel better. You are such a beautiful thing. And you deserve to have a beautiful life experience. Calm before the storm today. It kind of feels like it. This intro cutscene is kind of cool.
Is this rain ever gonna stop? I've forgotten what the sun looks like. We should go on vacation. Somewhere warm, somewhere sunny. Dragon Shores. Yeah, I haven't been there since we kicked Nasty Nork's butt. How about it, Sparks? You up for a vacation at the beach? Last one there's a Nork.
This is literally a perfect video game and your title scares me? Good! It should scare you.
Is it working, Professor?
Almost. Just a few more adjustments to these orbs and...
Maybe this isn't such a good idea. Bringing a dragon here could just make Ripto angrier.
Calm down, Hunter, and stop fidgeting.
But you saw the professor's book. They have claws like this, teeth like this, and they spit fire like this. Puh, puh. They sound much more dangerous than Ripto.
That's exactly the point. A dragon is our only chance of stopping Ripto, and you know it.
It's working.
It's working! I've got a dragon!
Whoa, rough landing. Hi, which way's the... beach? Hey, stop staring. Haven't you guys ever seen a dragon before?
You're a dragon?
You got a problem with that
Pussy.
pussycat?
Well, someone forgot to invite me to the party. Were you trying to keep something from me? A dragon? You brought a dragon to Avalar? I hate dragons! Yeah! Ow! Crush! Kill it! Kill it! Go! You imbecile! You ate my scepter! I'll deal with you later!
Who is that jerk?
That was Ripto, and we have to get rid of him. He's causing all sorts of trouble around here, but I haven't got time to explain. Here, take this magic guide to Avalar. It'll help you begin to understand our worlds. Right now, I have to follow Ripto and see what he's up to. I'll meet you in Summer Forest, okay?
Hey, wait a minute! How do we get ourselves into these messes, pal?
It's not you, Spyro. You were put in this mess. That's okay. We all were. Mom never could play Spyro because it made her dizzy, but she often remembers the sound of him running and loves it. I love that about my mom. That's very cute. I love that about your mom. Oofy doofers. Alright, camera is shoulder buttons. This game was made for the original PS1 controller.
Hi, Spyro!
Hello.
Welcome to Glimmer! Unfortunately for us, a mob of lizards just showed up and started stealing all of our gems. Can you stop them?
Yeah, sure. Alright. So, right off the bat, if we are going to talk about comparisons between Spyro 1 and this, Spyro 2 has better graphics. It has more, like, full ranges of music, which is very nice to hear. They really have, like, a better grasp on what makes a level theme interesting. There was variation between the gyms that's really nice to see. They're all very clearly different shapes. Spyro looks good as hell. At the time, these sounds were good as hell. They're not anymore. That's fine. Let me take a look over here. Sproy deserves better. Okay. So this is something that is objectively different between Spyro 2 and Spyro 1 as well as Spyro 3. Is that when you kill enemies, instead of getting rewarded by getting a gem from them, you get a little blip of magic, which you could describe as their soul. You could describe it as like stolen magic from the Dragon Realms or whatever. I don't know. Who knows what it is, but whatever it is an important mechanic. That, as it comes out of the enemies, adds to a collective of all of those little things that you have gotten throughout your session in this level. And as you collect them, they will unlock areas that you could not get to before. They turn on these little power-ups that you use to either spring jump, or use a power-up, or do whatever. But generally, they serve as a key to a door. And I think that's interesting. You're gonna talk to me about saving the game, that's fine.
I'm a friend of Alora's.
Yep, shut up. When I zap you, that means your game is saved. Yep. Bye. That's also nice, by the way. Having fairies around to just zap you as you walk through an area literally serves as a checkpoint. It's a lot more contextually clear to know when the game is saved versus in Spyro 1. That's a very good quality of life upgrade. Don't have a problem with that.
Oh, well?
So what the heck's in here? You say enemies. I see dinos just standing around minding their own business as a dragon slaughters them. That's only because they didn't get the chance to slaughter me first. This is like a Han Solo McClunky situation, you know what I mean? Look at this. Okay, maybe not this one in particular. Right, I can't climb ladders.
We gem cutters are a bit too short to climb these ladders. Looks like you are too. After you learn to climb, come back to Glimmer to see me.
Okay. So I can't go up there and get those gems yet, because I haven't gotten the ability to climb. I will have to backtrack to this area to do that. The jury is out. Not sure how I feel about that. We'll see. McClunky? Yes, in, I forget which Star Wars movie because I haven't watched them, because they bore me. I am being very subjective, not objective. I'm being objective about my subjective opinions, incredibly honest about the thing I really think. No holding back on this stream. I simply have not watched Star Wars, but in the re-releases of the original trilogy, or at least one of them, I think, they added a scene where the alien that Han Solo shoots says McClunky, which means I'm gonna kill you now or something. And so it makes it more comfortable for people to deal with the fact that Han Solo shot first, when supposedly he's a good little boy who would never do that. That's 5 minutes into the first movie? Okay, cool.
Well,
this is a capitalist, that's all you need to know. You pay him.
Thank you, Mr. Dragon. Spyro, was it? You can now use the bridge whenever you want, free of charge. I hope we meet again, when you have even more gems.
To get a good look around, hold down.
Yeah. So, I'm trying to think of how to describe this. The experience I've just had in this area here, I think is contextualizing it a little bit. One complaint that I can probably predict I'm going to have about Spyro 2, which, by the way, this is a game I've played a million times. I've played all 3 of them a million times. They were like the PS2, or PS1 game, rather, that I had as a kid. This, Crash Bandicoot 3, and Tekken, that was what I had. So I played the fuck out of this when I was a child. But, like, I am noticing that, like, for example, I have gotten enough souls to open up that power-up up there, but I can't use it. First of all, I had to get souls to open it. Secondly, I have to learn to climb a ladder to get up it. And thirdly, Moneybags just told me that if I have not collected enough gems, that I could not open up this bridge. It's not a big deal right now because it's the first level and I have collected gems because it's the thing that I do. But like, if I had just been running forward because I wanted to see what the game looked like, I might be a little annoyed to realize that there are so many closed doors in front of me, and like, progressing through the level is not actually progressing, collecting is progressing. So that's a possibility. Maybe that's what makes me mad. But as we go into that, I want to also... I'm not going to talk to you, I just want to fly. I want to start talking about other things, right? So, a thing that happens often on this stream is that I will get... Woohoo! And we did it. I will get going about something. I'll have like a... Yeah, sure, shut up. You can talk about lizards next. I will have an experience with a game or piece of media, and I'll talk about it, and we'll go into like what I like and dislike, and at some point, something in particular is like the final straw, and then chat gets like not really confused or even mad, but just like it becomes a thing, right? Where it previously was not a thing, now it is a thing. Like, the fact that I have complained about something or criticized something turns into more of an issue than previously, like, I guess, predicted by me. And I've been thinking about it, like, am I an opinionated person? is there just a lot about me that leads me to be more like overt? Am I just sort of radical in how I talk about my opinions? Because I say a lot that I relate to Aaron Hansen, and he has the same problem, where he will just say how he feels, and then people are like, how dare you feel that? And it's interesting, because he didn't actually say anything crazy. He's just saying exactly what's on his mind. And people get, like, rough in their jungle business about it. And I am curious what causes that, right? Are you saying this because the Pokemon tweet went viral? No. The Pokemon tweet going viral has nothing to do with this. Besides that, I am afraid to talk shit about Pokemon because it seems like people don't like it, and I specifically dislike Pokemon fans as an institution, should you call them that, because this is a thing that happens with them, right? I'm just sort of going in circles for a moment while I collect my thoughts about this, but like, the new Pokemon game is obviously very rough, and obviously is that way because of time restraints, and I want to talk about that. I want to shit on it. And there is technically a difference between discussion and shitting on something, but sometimes in order to get across how big of an impact something has negatively on itself, you do kind of have to shit on it. Sometimes to talk about something, you have to talk down to it. I do not like the new Pokemon game for what it does. I like it for how it feels. I like the new Pokemon game because it's nice to see the jokes that they make and the evolution of their writing. It's nice to see them trying something new. It's nice to see new Pokemon designs that are fresh and old Pokemon designs that are like getting memed on a little bit. But the way that that game looks is abysmal, and the way that the game plays is a slow burn of frustration that I cannot ignore. It has been bothering me for a long time. Especially when Legends Arceus does a much better job of all of the things that cause me pet peevery. And this game just doesn't seem to understand how to not do that. And we'll talk more about that, but this guy needs to talk about lizards.
These little lizards have eaten my entire crop of gems. I've tried hitting them with rocks, but they're too fast for me. You can try using one
Big
of my
Cavern
rocks.
Monster Cheered
If you have any
X10,
questions,
May,
just
fuck
ask
'em.
me.
Anyone that can't see that Scarlet/Violet isn't a finished game and that Pokemon Company truly doesn't care about their fan base enough to deliver a good final product are poke simps that don't deserve anyone's time.
I could agree with that. I am not opposed to agreeing with that. But, I don't know, Pokemon fans have their opinions for a reason, and they are genuine opinions. So,
Nice.
there has to be some value in them. And when I talk about something that I do not like about something, it's not like, you know, it's not because I want to see people cry about it. Like, I'm not saying something to get a rise out of folks, except sometimes I am, because I specifically like doing it when I have been frustrated by those folks. Like with Dark Souls, I will just actively, like, drop something about Dark Souls that I fucking hate and just enjoy the fact that people don't like that I said it, because anytime I've tried to say it more softly in the past, it gets blown over by other things, and that becomes annoying. It's just a fact about me. The way that I work, my most truthful self, the me that is the most honest, is the me that shits on things a little bit. But like, if you know my personality, you know that I don't think I'm the center of the universe. You know that I am not going to sit here having opinions and thinking that my opinions are the only way to think. When I talk about something I don't like in a game or a piece of art or a movie, It's me talking about my experience with it and why it makes me angry and why I don't like it. And obviously that is all subject to the like grain of salt that is, it's my opinion, right? I feel like there's too much of an onus for me to say it's just my opinion when it's obviously just my opinion. Like, I'm not God, and I don't claim to be, and I don't have the personality of someone who claims to be. I am just someone who says what I feel in the moment and doesn't want to sit here writing an essay about it in order to get it across. I just want to say what comes to mind. I want to be true to myself. If I say something about a game that people disagree with, then they can disagree with it and they can click off of my stream, but I'm going to say it, you know? Like when I say that Encanto is kind of a shit movie, or when I say that Moana is also kind of a shit movie, and I wish that they were more purposeful, like a movie like Turning Red, or a movie like, fucking Coco, right? Also Disney films. But I think they're Disney Pixar, actually. You know, Disney has a bad time making films. Disney 3D films have a difficult time, I think. There's a lot of those that I do not like, and a lot of those that I wish were better. They have a lot of potential, but they get watered down. Zootopia is a great example. Frozen is a great example. They start as something amazing and an idea that's fresh and new for Disney, and then they give it big bulbous eyes and a small princess mouth, and they sing songs about things they don't have, but one day they'll have them. And you're supposed to feel like the movie understands you, but the movie is just invoking a feeling of you understanding it. It's not actually relating to you, and it's not made by people who relate to you, or at least it purports to be, but the company that is doing it is stifling their vision. The thing that I can't stand about Encanto is that it says it's about family trauma and like generational issues, and yet it refuses to actually acknowledge those issues. As soon as people talk about their feelings once, suddenly the entire thing is resolved and you're supposed to believe that the plot is over. But if you have family trauma, you know that investing in your family is not necessarily going to fix it. If you have had a family that does not care about you and does not value you and does not listen to your ideas and opinions, it is not going to be resolved by singing a song at them where you ask them to bring it in, bring it in. It's not going to be resolved by hearing a story about a sad thing that happened because of colonialism. And that is sad, and colonialism is bad, but that's not the point. The movie doesn't really talk about that. It just shows it to you and makes you want to be sad. And I hate that. It plays on the heartstrings of, look at our representation and look at this thing that we're bringing up as a subject, but it doesn't have the balls to actually talk about either of those things. Furthermore, Mirabelle doesn't have superpowers, and we as the viewer don't have superpowers. That's something that we could relate on. That could be a really powerful storytelling point for them. They could go deep into that and really make it into something. But instead, they just talk about Mirabelle giving away her life to go and help the service of the family. Everything she does is for the family. She's self-sacrificing to a fault, and she never learns not to be. She never learns that she has inherent value because she exists. She just keeps thinking that she needs to learn about Bruno so that she can figure out what to do with the house so that she can save the superpowers that are the very thing separating her from her family, and that fucking sucks. And it's not addressed. The movie just goes on because it has cool Lin-Manuel Miranda music, and you're supposed to not think about it because you're crying because you remember the things that Disney made you think about your family or about your colonialism and how that sucks. And it's just not a story. And I really don't like Moana because it does the same thing with representation and familial blah blah blah, but instead this time You don't try to save a house by finding your long-lost uncle. You just go on the ocean, and they give you, like, a Disney-guided tour of all the different places in the ocean. Like, it's like you get on the train at Disneyland, and the train just goes around, and it's like, look, here's an island. Look, here's a battleship. Look, here's under the ocean with a sea creature. Look, here's another island. Look, here's an evil thing. Whoopsie, maybe it's, whoa, I don't know. Whoa. And the story beats that happen are presumed. Like, sure, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson does learn a thing or two, and so does Moana. But really, does Moana learn anything? Isn't Moana being a little overzealous at the beginning of the movie for, like, running off on her own and trying to get somewhere? And, like, the ocean literally immediately punishes her for being overzealous, and yet her zeal does not go down at all? She does not have any respect for her own well-being? She just cares about going out and finding adventure, and she finds adventure, and it constantly throws her into the dirt, but she still wants more adventure because she feels this burning desire to be responsible for the things that people are bringing to her. And I get that, and I feel that, but again, she doesn't learn. Other people need to learn. She's perfectly fine, apparently. Even though her stiflement as a child has brought her to this place where she is willing to, without any preparation, throw herself into the sea to try and find something. She doesn't learn that the way people mistreat her is something to be really pissed about. And maybe that's just the thing that I feel, but I'm like, damn girl, respect yourself, you're worth more than this. You should kick Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson in his fucking nutsack. He sucks. He sucks. He sucks. And also, again, it's just a tour. I don't know. This is the kind of thing I'm talking about. I will go on rants like this because it's just what I am, like, burgeoning into in my brain, and it's like word vomit as I figure out exactly what the thing that I don't like about a thing is. And when I do that, it's me experiencing the art. It's how I associate with it, right? And I can do the same thing for things that I love. Paper Mario 2 is way too much fucking text, and there's like so many things that happen in it that do not need to happen, that are just to get in your way and cause you to go and do something that doesn't really give you any value. It just wastes your time, but the game devs seem to think that wasting your time is value, that making you play longer and do more feels like you're going on an adventure. As long as I spent a lot of time running around the town and talking to everyone and figuring out where the hell this stupid Siberian Bob-omb is, then I've done something correct. Then I've made it in this world. I have played the video game. And no, I should just be able to get directly into the cannon and go directly to the moon, because fuck this runaround quest bullshit. Nobody likes doing it. People pretend they like doing it because Ocarina of Time did it, and that's a classic. And yet Paper Mario 2 is my favorite game and has been for a very long time. Possibly being won out by Doom Eternal, but I fucking love that game, and I would play that game 1,000 times over. But there are kinds of things that it does that suck, and there are entire moments in it that suck, and I hate them, and I wish they were different. And they can both be true at the same time. Moana is a long movie about nothing. Yes, Sky, I do agree with that. Fuck Disney, fuck AAA. Understandable. I don't like Doom Eternal's UI, I liked how simple Doom 2016's UI is. This is a conversation that Pivot and I had. Pivot loves Doom 2016, I am bored by Doom 2016. I fall asleep and I get fucking 9 long hours and wake up well rested. Thank you, Doom 2016. You fixed my sleep schedule. And that is a difference between us that is inherent, and it's fine. You know, like, the way that Pivot describes why he doesn't like Doom 2016, it's so real to him and so intense to him, and I get it. Because the ways that I like Doom Eternal are real and intense to me, and the ways that I dislike Doom 2016 are real and intense to me. And it's so interesting hearing things that are 100% valid from both perspectives, and there's no way to choose which one is correct because they're both correct. That's the thing about art, is it is not just I put out this thing into the universe and hope people like it. Art is both the thing that you have made and the experience that people have with it. So my experience and Pivot's experience are both an inherent part of the art, and they both inherently have value. And if one of them was gone, then the other one would be less valuable, because it gives people less things to think about. It says less about it to society. We are putting things that we make up into this weird cloud that turns into what we all experience. And one day, people are going to be born that have never experienced the thing we're talking about and will just see us talking about it. And the differences in opinions and the nuances between the things we've said is going to make them want to seek that thing out. And so they'll go into their grandpa's attic and blow the dust off of Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal, and they might just fucking play them. And they might have a crazy experience and a crazy, opinion about it that we could never even think of right now. And that's fine, because they're not us. It's entirely possible that all the things that we want and love in video games will not be wanted and loved at all in 5 years, and people will look back on all the things we care about and say they were shit. It's possible that people will realize that Game of Thrones was bad the whole time. And that's fine. Because part of what makes it special is that we loved it in this time. And that will always be a part of history. So that's, when I play Silent Hill and I say this fucking sucks, all of those things that I just said are included in the nuance. And it's just not easy to bring all of that up in the middle of a discussion of why I don't think I engage with this puzzle the way that other people might. You're no longer valid. Good. Thinking that I am invalid and the way that I criticize things is invalid is a valid opinion to have, because me criticizing things is my art, and art is always meant to be loved and criticized and hated. There are people who don't watch my streams because they clicked on and saw me and saw the things I was saying and disagreed and left. And I love them. Because if they stayed here in spite of themselves, then they would not be engaging with art, they would be engaging despite it. And they go and engage with someone else who does something else. And that's cool. But that thing is not me. It never has been, and I can't make it me. I can't sit in front of a microphone and tell you that something is okay when I hate it. I can't try my best to be gentle to people who made the art just because they made it and that's worth something. Because to be fair, they did make it and it is worth something, and that's incredible, and I support them. And I encourage people who like things that I don't like to continue supporting them more than I have the nerve to. However, everything was made by something. And if I can criticize a gigantic company's movie, and yet people will get more angry at me for criticizing a piece of furry art by a guy with 60 followers on Twitter, then that means we don't respect that furry artist with 60 followers on Twitter the same way we respect the big corporations. That means we think that they're somehow different, that one is more akin to, or more like worthy of criticism, and one is less worthy of criticism. One is good no matter what because it's small and it's burgeoning, and one is able to be yelled at because it's big and it's bombastic. If I criticize the MCU, nobody would give a shit because everybody criticizes the MCU. But if I come in here and say that Night in the Woods is not my favorite, then I'm going to get a lot of big question marks saying, why? Why is that? How could that be the truth? For the record, I don't really have a negative opinion about Night in the Woods. I just think it's the kind of game that I don't really enjoy playing. Because I look for something different. It's not bad. I struggle to understand what is very good about it, but it is not bad. But another thing to get like across as well. I'm gonna stop just jumping around and talk to this guy about a fucking lizard. Shut the fuck up. Something that's important about how I view things and movies and games and shows, etc., is if I don't like something, even if I hate something, if somebody that I care about like sits down and tells me about that thing and how much they're engaging with it and how much they love it, that makes me have a positive experience with that work. Even if I would never play it or watch it myself, it makes me happy to see someone happily playing or watching it. This is exactly the experience that I have with Destiny. You could not get me to care a single solitary iota of a fuck about Destiny. But my roommate loves Destiny so much, and he talks about it so much, and I sit here listening to him because he is extremely valid and adorable, and when he talks about Destiny, it makes me excited about it. When I hear that a new expansion is coming out for Destiny 2, I actually get like giddy about it now. Even though I'll never play it and I know it would piss me off, I get giddy about it because I get to listen to him say something. And that's huge. That's a new way to, not a new way, but that's a way to experience art that I don't think people realize exists very often. They don't realize that you can hate something and watch someone else love it and be okay with that. I showed up, like, first in line to be on Tiny Drago's, like, 24+ hour Dark Souls marathon stream. I wanted to see him start Dark Souls 1. I wanted to watch him climb through that first slog and that first part of the game. I wanted to see him take on the Capper Demon and Ornstein and Smo and all of these different things that gave me so much trouble and made me so pissed off. And I wanted it because Tiny loves that game. I don't give a shit about Dark Souls 1. That game can suck my cock. It fucking sucks. But it's awesome and beautiful and well put together and a work of art. It's objectively a work of art. It's subjectively shit. Where'd this little fuck go? Here you are. You should criticize me. I'm pretty low tier, TBH. I will criticize you. Get fucking ready. Chat, a lot of you, y'all need to be more, like, upright and confident in yourselves. And I know that this is not a thing that can be fixed should it be, like, a depressive or anxiety issue, right? Like, I can't just say, oh, do better at loving you. But also, I can, because this is a twofold issue. There is one, the issue of, like, either trauma or chemical imbalances or experiences or one thing or another, whatever, however it may play out for you personally, there are things that can make you feel like you are not valid in certain ways, and there are things that can make you afraid to put out things that you make, and there are ways for you to feel like your art would not be good. So many people constantly tell me that they want to draw, they want to make music, they want to sing, they want to do things, but they won't do it because they're not good at it and they don't think they have time to be good at it. That does not fucking matter. You are what makes you good at it. You are beautiful and you are an artist, even if you don't even make a damn single thing. If you have a creative idea, you instantly become an artist. You are not an artist who is, you're not an apprentice. You're not a aspiring artist. That shit doesn't exist. If someone tells you they're an aspiring artist, slap them across the goddamn face. That does not exist. Nobody aspires to be an artist. If you make an episode of a TV show and put it on YouTube, it is not a webisode. It is an episode. It's a real show. You made it. It's art. The thing that makes you valuable is you yourself. It is not how good you are at something or how correct you are about something. It is that your experience happens and is happening right now, and you are missing out on letting people hear what you think of it. You are the only you that will ever exist. And your opinion is hugely important. Babe, I'm an aspiring artist and I'm definitely not into face slaps. It's weird how you could be incorrect and wrong. How did you do that? I love you, Ego. This feels good. It feels good to rant about things. I like going on rants that make me sound insane. This is the kind of shit... Okay, so I'm gonna roast myself a little bit. Why did you give me another rock? There's nothing to spit a rock at. Fuck you. Actually, you know what? Come here. Come here. Domed. You're dead. So okay, if I'm gonna make fun of like Disney movies and Paper Mario and this game and Pokemon, let's also make fun of me, right? It's gonna be a cutscene, so I don't want to go in there just yet. Something that I tend to do is I tend to rant to myself when I need to get an idea out. When I have this energy that I have currently, usually what I do is while I make my breakfast and no one else is home, I go downstairs and I just start like spitballing. I just make like a script. I do like slam poetry YouTube essays, and I sit there like yelling about something or harshly criticizing something and then rolling back on it and saying, okay, I was too harsh, now let's go back and be a little soft. And I will do that back and forth, and I will come up with a script. Literally, I will come up with a script in my head, and then I let it go and I feel better. But here's the thing, that's not just therapy. That is me making art and deleting it immediately. That is me wishing that I was saying these things to an audience because I want to engage in the discussions I'm having, but I don't do it because I feel like it's possible that people will criticize me and I won't be able to get against or get a good word in against what they're saying, or I'll be too harsh and I'm afraid of hurting feelings or XYZ thing, and I should stop doing that and just say what I feel. I should just be honest about what I'm feeling and make the goddamn video, even if I just record myself doing it, right? Like if I just record my opinion on an audio fucking track and then put it away in my hard drive, like even that is more concrete of a creation than me just saying it into the ether and thinking, man, it would be so cool if I made a video about this, and not doing it. That's me not being confident. I am unconfident all the time. There are commissions that I work way too long on because I keep thinking about how much I want it to be better and how intensely it's important to me to give the people the best product that they paid for, And the thing is, that shit doesn't matter. I could sit here working on one commission for 3 months, and the person who got it will not think any more or less of it as if I worked on it for 6 hours. The difference there is, if I work on each piece for 6 hours instead of 3 months, I'll make more pieces and actually improve. I'm roasting myself big time here. That's my worst fear. Is creating art that is not, like, correct in some objective way. And that's a stupid fear to have because there is no objectively correct art. Art is inherently subjective. Now, there are objective things about art, but they're the things that nobody really cares about, like, oh, the paint is made up of... Like, okay, sure. Maybe if you specifically want to care about that, then you can make that your art. You can make the making of paint an art, and by the way, it is! I tricked you! But yeah, there's a whole fucking number of things that I could go into about that. But yeah, I should not be afraid to create things just because I'm afraid of someone disagreeing with the thing I've created. Or thinking something different than I think. Because they're supposed to think something different than I think. I don't want to say something just so other people agree with me and give me brownie points. If I wanted that, then I would post all of my opinions on Twitter. So, what is the downside of me just making a video about my opinions and having a short little discussion moment and then putting it up somewhere and then leaving it? There's not really an issue with that. I should just do that. I should genuinely just do that. And yeah, the bada boom. I've roasted you, I've roasted me. Maybe we'll actually roast Spyro 2 at some point.
Spyro, thanks for helping us fight off the lizards. Please take this talisman of glimmer as a sign of our gratitude.
Big Cather Monster Chid X10. Here are the only things people
This
care about in
magic
art they
portal
see.
next to
I
me
wish that
will
were me.
take you to
Me in
Summer
reply that
Forest,
someone
one
might
of the
think is
home
funny.
worlds of
And what
Avalar.
brushes did you use?
That's pretty accurate. Those are definitely what I see most often.
Oh no! Oh, hello. We didn't get a chance to introduce ourselves before. My name is Alora.
Hi, I'm Spyro. What are you, some kind of goat?
I'm a fawn, you dork.
Oh, sorry.
Did you meet the gym cutters in Glimmer?
Yeah, they gave me a souvenir too. They called it a talisman.
They gave you a talisman?
What, is it special? I just stuck it in the guidebook you gave me.
There are 14 talismans in Avalar, and they are all magical. If you can collect enough of them, they can be used to defeat Ripto. Hunter, where have you been?
I got a little lost.
Spyro's going to help us collect the talismans.
I am?
He is?
Spyro, look. There's no way you can get to Dragon Shores right now. Ripto and his monsters have taken over the castle here in the Summer Forest. You're going to have to go to Avalar's worlds and convince the inhabitants to give you their talisman. You can keep them in your guidebook.
Hey, I could do that. Why doesn't the dragon just torch Ripto?
Hunter, you can't even keep track of your running shoes. How can we trust you with 14 talisman? If you come across any orbs,
Head
they're
empty.
important too, but I'll tell you about them later.
Okay, no problem. I'll collect a few talismans, give Ripto the old hot foot, and be in Dragon Shores by lunchtime.
Elora sure got a glow up in the remake, sure got a vor up in the remake. I'll be honest. I like how Elora looks in this game better because the PS1 graphics allow me to imagine how she looks. The way she looks in the remake makes me uncomfortable. I think I remember it being a problem with her mouth. But yeah, it's just something about it wasn't right, didn't sit right. I'm lady. Yeah, kind of. Did Spyro influence my taste and style? Very possibly. I know Spyro influenced my tastes. There's no influence of Spyro in me at all. Every time I look at her in this one, my mind fills in the blank with Resident Evil monster energy. That's so funny. I wish I could see the concept art of her. I mean, I say I wish, but it's probably up there somewhere. I want to be able to see, like... You know, like the thing that they thought of when they modeled this... rickety mess. Because, like, Spyro and Sparks are pretty well modeled, actually. They kind of just look the way they wanted them to look. Like, look at this. When Sparks comes up in the screen... Come on, do it. He's looking at Spyro. Yeah, look at him. That's probably exactly how he looked in the art. But I can't really say the same for them. These guys... They feel less loved. Which is fine. I mean, they don't have to be loved. You play as Spyro, that's why he looks so good. This game, games like this inspired a lot of cartoon animation styles. Yes, and also were inspired by a lot of cartoon animation styles. Like... It's just interesting to think about, like... The influences that Insomniac had making this game had to be things like Ninja Turtles, fucking Rocko's Modern Life, Duckman, DuckTales. There's so much that could have gone into it, and I'm wondering what the artists saw that gave them their specific collection of ideals. Sent it on Discord on air? Let me take a look. Is that the original concept art? Oh. I didn't even realize she had like a foxtail. Wait, let me go back to the game. Yeah, it's like white on the end.
Spyro, this is the homeworld called Summer Forest. There are portals to many of the Avalar worlds around here. Unfortunately, Ripto has taken over the castle, and we need your help. Start by retrieving the talismans from each of the worlds you go to.
That's such a huge difference. Here, let me show you. I'm gonna bring this up on stream. Look at this. This is this would be like 1998 when this was drawn, because the game came out in 99. So look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. You can see what they're going for. It's like fantasy heartthrob lady, but made in the style that could put her in a children's book. And I can really dig that. Does she even have ears? Oh, they are there. But her nose gets lost. As does her eyeshadow.
Check your guidebook by pressing the start button and choosing the guidebook option to see which talismans you have collected.
It's definitely there. Her nose and eyeshadow are there. But they get so lost. That's so interesting. That's like infinitely interesting. It's because they're using vertex colors. The only actual texture is her eyes. Oh, that's true. Holy shit. I wonder if they made that decision for so many of the characters just so they could have the worlds look really beautiful. Because what I'm realizing is a lot of games have the characters like look gorgeous with texture work, and then the worlds will kind of be nothing. But like, look at this tree, look at these leaves. Like on a different game, that leaf wouldn't have shading, probably wouldn't have a stem. And like, there's so much work put into making sure you understand what it feels like when the light hits this little metal bit at the bottom. Or that gem right up there. That's super interesting. Vertex coloring saves a lot on texture sizes. Oh, of course it does, but I mean, like, I hadn't considered the specific economy in which they spend more on texturing the world than they do on texturing characters. Like, fuck, even look at the grass! Look at the grass! This is really well done for the time. I think another good example of this is Silent Hill, where the world has a lot of really intense texture work, and the characters just sort of look like blocks. Of course, Silent Hill has less visuals than this game, so they were able to sort of allocate a little bit more into the character work. But with this game having, let me look at the guidebook. So this game has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 levels, and then there are, what, 3 worlds? So that's like 21 different stages, and then you have to worry about like cutscenes and shit, and the audio that you're having, and all of the songs that are different for each individual stage. That's a lot of shit to do. It makes a total ton of sense why the characters are vertex colored and the worlds are not. But also it means that they shoved a lot more into this game than a lot of people thought possible on the PlayStation 1. That's really impressive. Because like, clearly Spyro's textured. Spyro's obviously textured. I wonder how many other characters in this game will be. Oh fuck, I can't swim yet. Fuck me. Somewhere in this hub world, the texture guy wrote a coworker's kid's name in engravings. That's really cute. Dude, that kid's my age. That's fucked up. You know what they probably did? They probably allocated a lot of texture work based on how often you will see things. These frogs have a little bit of texture work, but they're mostly vertex color. Hunter has more than usual, and I'm assuming it's because you see Hunter in stages. So like they gave him even like, what is that? Like a tattoo, or maybe like brand? Was he branded? What's that on his arm? It looks like it's like raised. But his spots are very specific, and then his feet are vertex colored. And then his eyes are textures. Unfortunately, must retire for the night. Thank you all for the amazing stream, your kindness and hospitality. Yo, Leggy, thanks for having been here. Hunter wanted to teach me about flying, but I already know. thought it was gonna catch on fire. Only stopping by for a bit. Still getting over COVID. Might pop over later if I'm still conscious. Alright, Freelance. I hope you feel better soon. This music is my favorite in the game. I'm happy they used it multiple times, cause it really makes me happy.
Those metal shields are making enemies invulnerable.
Shut up. Okay. I have had my fill of humming this little song. Oh, fuck. Okay, no, I'm gonna talk about the song for a second. So, things I want games to do. Listen. It's in there. I'll tell you when it comes up. It goes here. So, I feel like a lot of games are afraid to have like little flourishes in their songs. And there are definitely musical terms for this that some kind of music nerd will know. And that's amazing, and I want to know what that term is, but I don't have it. So, music nerds, do your thing. But when the melody in general goes and instead of doing that, they go like that's so much. It's more than they needed to do, but it adds like a slight bit more rhythm. Even if you don't necessarily hear it, you're subconsciously hearing it, and it gives the song more life. The like bass piano is my favorite part of this song. Just listen to it. Yeah, okay, and then it fades out when it gets to the part I'm talking about. A fill? Maybe it's a fill? But like, yeah, when the main melody is just like they were told like okay. Let's say you were told by the sheet music to go ba-ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-da, and you were just having fun with it, so you did the movie main character thing, and you were like ba-ba-da-ba-ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Like, that's the shit I love. Where it's just, it sounds like the music is being experimented with. They're having fun making it. When they just improv a little extra fun part. Yeah, that shit. Or like just adding more to something than it necessarily needed to give it a specific flow. I love it. It's also, like, in my headphones, I'm hearing a lot of things on the left, and then it alternates from left to right. So it goes like on the left, and then on the right. And that's really cool. Like, the song always gave me a feeling of being, like, surrounded by the thing you're listening to. And that contributes.
It sounds more like a person playing an instrument. It's really tempting and easy with electronic music composition to just hit copy and paste and repeat the same thing over and over. When you're actually recording music in real time, you kinda just can't help but add fills.
Yes, yes, yes. And I think that is something that a lot of video game music is missing, and was missing at this point. It's just the fact that you can tell that when Stewart was making this, he was jamming. You can tell that he was bobbing his head and doing the Skrillex thing and like hitting the keys and just getting into it. It's not just, you know, MTV Music Generator for the PS2. It's like, it's a jam. You can hear him dancing in the music, and it's good. Ego Pun Pivor. That's pretty cool. Is MTV Music Generator for the PSX? I never played that one. My sister and I fucked around a lot with the... I guess it was MTV Music Generator too. We played that one. And I had a lot of fun with it. Even though I didn't know what the fuck was happening. I'm sure by comparison, it's like infantile shit, right? Like, that game probably looks like Java to me now.
Or
HTML.
If you ever want to go down a rabbit hole, listen to Green Grove Zone Act 2 from Sonic 3D Blast on the Genesis. It's like 3x as long as every other track in the game and just basically jams on the track for like 3 minutes.
I think I remember that. I went back and listened to the Sonic 3D Blast soundtrack, and I listened to every version to see how they were each different, because for the longest time I did not realize that the Sonic CD soundtrack had 2 different versions. I'd only played the American version, and so the oh ho 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 was all I knew of it, and I never heard the which was very sad for me. It was like 2017 when I learned there was a different soundtrack, and I lost my mind. You know who I really love in video game music is Yoko Shimomura. I'm not sure if she necessarily does the like jam thing that I love. Shut up, Zoe. But there are so many beats to her music that didn't need to be there. And a lot of it is copy-paste, right? But it's copy-paste of something that's so complex and nice from the beginning that it doesn't matter that it's copy-pasted. Yoko will never make a song that's just do 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 do. It's always like and it's bombastic in that way. It feels more like you're supposed to be panicking during each fight. It feels more like there's a lot of shit going on that you have to pay attention to. And it brings a lot of life to games that are usually, like, at least in some way turn-based. Like Mario and Luigi, that series. Yoko Shimomura goes hard in that shit. And also, she turned some fucking Banjo-Kazooie music into absolute Battlefield jams for Smash Bros. There's so much that I love by her. Like, literally, as soon as I hear a Yoko song, I'm like, yo Yoko, what's up? I know it's you. You don't even have to say anything.
Spyro, you're pretty tough. If you ever want a permanent job, we've got a place for you here. For the moment, I want you to have this talisman.
Okay. I have refined my criticism of Spyro 2 from earlier. We're gonna get back into it. Give me that. So this game requires backtracking, and that's what we established at the beginning. Something about the backtracking bothers me, and I'm trying to figure out exactly what it is, but I think I'm getting there. So there are two things that are sort of one thing, but I'll explain, that backtracking needs. Both of those things are... What's a good word for it? Not quite divergence, variance. It needs to be a varied experience when you go back somewhere. For example, here, I cannot swim. And because I cannot swim, I can't go underwater down there, or rather, down there? It's somewhere. There's a place where I cannot go underwater, and because I cannot go underwater, I cannot experience the full stage. Here it is. So, if I were able to go down, there's a cave over there that houses a huge, like, room that begins a series of puzzles that will then lead into that, and I get to interact with that big head, and then I get to come over here and interact with a puzzle on the ground that I can already see, and then I get to do one more thing, and it will give me an orb, right? And that adds a lot of content to this level. Like, that's interesting. I like that. The issue with it is, in order to do that, now I have to backtrack through a stage that I've already done, and presumably I've already collected all of the things in, and I've already fought the enemies, and it just feels like a muted experience being forced to come back to a Spyro stage that doesn't offer a whole lot to me. And Spyro 3 solves this problem by having shortcuts. So once you complete a Spyro 3 level and you get the portal unlocked at the end, you can just Dark Souls your way to the end of the stage from the beginning of it, and the locked door is usually like a secondary character quest that you go to the end of the stage and find a portal to and you jump in, right? So they kind of cut out the middleman of having to run through the stage again, and it feels a lot better. But in this game, there are a lot of ability-locked things that you can't do, and it's just a locked door, and you know it's just a locked door, but it's not just a locked door to a thing. It's a locked door to content, and that is good. That's better than average. Most games, you will get an ability and go back, and it'll just be like, congratulations, here's a gem!
X69, I think you are one of my favorite Yoko tracks, but you seem so enthusiastic about Spyro now X3. Let me know if you want me to send it again later.
Yeah, no worries. I will definitely go back and find that. But yeah, so the thing a lot of games will do is they will lock something behind a door. Like, okay, perfect example, Scarlet and Violet does this, okay? You go through an area, and you're like, oh wow, I've been through here, I've done everything. Presumably. We'll get to that, but you get like a new ability, and it's like, oh, now I can get to this place that's higher up. I have verticality. And because of that verticality, suddenly you can pick up an item that's just like TM48 flamethrower or whatever. And flamethrower is a really good move. You could craft flamethrower, so it's like, I guess the difference in finding it versus crafting it is just the list of things you're allowed to craft expands as you grow through the game. So technically, you could get flamethrower early and have an extra instance of it if you find it on the ground by going up onto this cliff you couldn't get to before, and therefore backtrack to the beginning of the game to get. But like, is that a proper reward? Scarlet and Violet has you constantly getting a whole bunch of materials to craft things with, and the only thing you can really craft is TMs? So it seems like you're eventually just going to have so many TMs you won't know what to do with them. So is that a good reward? Should I go all the way back to an area just to get something lying down on the ground, rather than to find an entire experience or a new zone or new Pokemon I didn't know were there? Like, backtracking should give me, in the case of Scarlet and Violet, instead of level 20 Pokemon, well now I can use this ability to get here so there's level 40 Pokemon. And in fact, older Pokemon games did that. There would be level 40 Pokemon right outside Twin Leaf Town because you could do something special.
Well, I love my daily commute to work. I've done 100 times, but now I brought an axe to cut down a tree. Tee-hee-tee-hee-hee. Okay, Crudberry and deathbed bedtime. Good night, Spyro fuckers, but only adult Spyro.
All of this very true. Thank you, Sky. But yeah, that's the thing, is like, I don't want to backtrack to get this one thing that was hidden behind one closed door. I want to backtrack and find a new path that has new gameplay and does something new for me. And this game does that. The issue that I take with it is that it makes me go through an area that is not varied. It makes me backtrack through things that I've already done that are not interesting to backtrack through. And you could say, oh yeah, you can just run through it, but it makes it feel pointless. It begs the question in your mind of, why am I here again? And the answer is just a resounding, because the devs said you had to be. You didn't have this thing, so you were forced to come back later. And that is the way that it is. Later on, there's a level where you have to have the head bash move, and the thing you need to use head bash on is like just about 4/5 through the entire stage. And you need to do the stage, kill the enemies, and interact with an object in order to have NPCs break open the doors for you so you can move on. So it does genuinely kind of take you a while to get to the part where you need to use head bash. And I just think that's silly. I think it's silly to have to backtrack through that whole thing. I remember as a kid, I would skip that level until I had the move, just so I could go through it once and do everything once and be done. Because it was so annoying to me. And I think that is one aspect of why I don't like Spyro 2, at least as much as the others, because it does make you do that. And that's interesting, because while I think the reward for backtracking in Pokemon is shit, I also think the experience of backtracking in Pokemon is good, because it's varied. Going back to an area that you were in before, well, you have the option to catch Pokemon that you didn't see. You probably didn't get absolutely everything in the area all at once the first time, because there's so much to see. Most likely, there's something else for you to do. You could bring out a team of Pokemon that are small that you haven't yet put a lot of energy into, and swap them out from your box, have like level 7s all throughout your party, backtrack to the very first area right next to your house, get something that's high up, and then you're battling things that are actually training those Pokemon at a proper level. That's gameplay. Technically, that is variance, because it gives you the option to do something you haven't done before. So, points to Pokemon for that level variance, but docking points from Pokemon for having no variance as backtrack rewards. And that's the point I'm making for this stage. Now I'll exit the stage. Huzzah! We have spoken. Your criticisms of Spyro 2 give me articulation to what I don't like about Banjo-Tooie. It's exactly what I don't like about Banjo-Tooie. It is the most egregious thing to me when Banjo-Tooie just has you backtrack only so you can have to like fight through a slog of enemies you've already fought through, get to one room that's so far across the stage that you don't even know what room it is because it's confusing and everything looks the same, and you have to just figure it out and be like, oh right, it's this one. And once you get there, you use the power-up that you earned, and it just gives you a Jiggy. Just boom, there it is. Or even worse, you use the power-up expecting a Jiggy, and instead, you find an NPC behind the closed door, and that NPC tells you you need another power-up in order to help them, and you have to backtrack to that area again. It's the worst. Did it.
Look at that. The Hula Girl's rain dance blew up that idol like a Roman candle. Now I can pursue that dancing career I've dreamed of. Take this orb. It could help you go places.
Okay. There is so much in this one text box. The Hula Girls rain dance. Not sure if that is a real thing. It blew up an idol, which is based off of a different thing, like a Roman candle, and dancing career. So the Hula Girls do rain dances that cast actual magic on actual giant, like, tiki idols. And yet it's also a career. There's so many mixed concepts in that you have to just go, sure is a fantasy world.
Orifem Shed X420. Freakers Boyd voice. Hula Girls.
Hula Girls! Freakazoid, Freakazoid, Freakazoid. I don't remember the words because they were too learned when I was a child. But I do remember liking that show. And Animaniacs. And also, thank you for 420. Spyro, Year of the Dragon. There's a game-breaking bug on the PS1 disc. You actually have to you can actually not get an egg during speedway levels, and the game will break. I had this happen to me. Didn't realize I broke the save file. Instead of having 100, I only had 99. That's really interesting. I have never had that happen to me. I am curious about that. I've 100%ed that game a few times. Although of course the most recent time was in the remakes. So it probably didn't have that issue at all since it's from the ground up. That's why people recommend the greatest hits version. Oh. Yeah, I played the greatest hits version. Because by the time I played Spyro 2, Spyro 3 was already out. I was a young kid, so I didn't know like what video games were on the market. My dad got a PlayStation 2 and then showed us Spyro 2, and I was like, whoa, you can play this on the PlayStation 2? It's a new Spyro game. Not realizing that the PlayStation 2 was actually made with, you know, Ratchet and Clank and Jak and Daxter in mind. So yeah, by the time I got my hands on Spyro 2, it was already greatest hits. Or Spyro 3, rather.
Hello there, Spyro. Would you like to learn to swim underwater? I suppose I could teach you for...
Shut the fuck up. I'm really kind of like... I'm feeling mellower than predicted at this point. And I want to rant about something. Do you guys like Kingdom Hearts? Give me ones in chat if you like Kingdom Hearts, twos if you specifically do not, and threes if you don't care or haven't played it.
Sparks, the dragonfly.
3, 3, 3, 3, 1, 1, 1, 1. Cave says 2. Oh, big stretchy. Oh my god, these guys. That guy got vored. He objectively got vored. Four, I like what people like you and Nady have said about it, though IDK if I can experience those games on my own, if it means I have to play one. If you want to skip Kingdom Hearts 1, I can give you everything you need to do that. The plot of Kingdom Hearts 1 happens only at the beginning and at the end of it. So, you don't have to do Deep Jungle, you don't have to do fucking Atlantica, Monstro, you don't have to do any of that shit. Just listen to what I'm gonna say here, alright? So, Sora, Riku, and Kairi live on the Destiny Islands. Donald and Goofy live in Disney Kingdom. Mickey has gone off to do some mysterious business, and he has told Donald and Goofy to find the key. Sora obtains the key. He doesn't know what it's for, but he knows that it can defeat the darkness that has been plaguing his island. His island is destroyed by the darkness because he is inexperienced, yet he meets up with Donald and Goofy. They go on adventures. Okay, Riku falls into the darkness, taken by Maleficent, who is trying to trick him into using the Heartless, and unbeknownst to her, Riku is being taken over by Ansem, who wants his body so that he can be reincarnated. At the end of the game, it is revealed that the Keyblade was meant for Riku, but because he was taken by darkness, it chose Sora instead as a surrogate. Sora defeats Riku, who is possessed, and then Ansem comes out of Riku's body and Sora fights Ansem, and the game is over. Destiny Islands is restored, Ansem is dissipated by the beautiful light behind Kingdom Hearts, which is a door, and the game ends. It's actually like that game is pretty straightforward. Oh, also Sora dies, but he comes back, it's okay. That's it. That's Kingdom Hearts 1. That's the whole thing. Now, don't play Kingdom Hearts 1. Easy. Easy peasy. You don't have to experience the slog that is that game. You can just start Chain of Memories instead. Oh, fuck.
By concentrating, I should be able to open this door for you.
Barry's Good Enough Summary of Kingdom Hearts. Yes, also that. I fucking love Barry's summary. It's so funny. Chain of Memories is Sora's purgatory. It's certainly my purgatory. Alright, let's go. Plot of Chain of Memories. Riku is struggling with the fact that he was taken over by darkness. He is not sure if he can be trusted to be around his friends anymore. Mickey finds him and takes him in as an apprentice. The two of them go on adventures together, trying to help him, like, destroy the darkness inside of him, which is taking form as Ansem, but is not actually Ansem. It's just symbolic. Furthermore, Sora, Donald, and Goofy walk into a castle. The castle is being run by this organization of people in cloaks. The people in cloaks basically steal their memories, and that's it. That's the plot of that game until the very end, when it's revealed that the memories that are being stolen were stolen by a young girl named Naminé. Naminé also has the power to restore the memories, but in order to do that, they have to put Sora, Donald, and Goofy into chambers that will make them forget that they were ever in the castle. They do this after Sora kicks the ass of some guy who likes roses, and then they are sealed away in cryosleep until Kingdom Hearts 2, which is almost an entire year later or more. Okay, there you go. Chain of Memories over. You did it. I am not going to explain Kingdom Hearts 2 to you, and I'm doing you a service. You may now say thank you, DJ.
Big Cavern Monster Chat X10. So you don't have it memorized?
Got it memorized? No, I do have it memorized. I just... Kingdom Hearts 2 is where it gets... it gets a little quirky. It gets different.
Who needs a key when you know how to chant like this?
So moist.
Orifem Chat X69. Honestly, the whole idea of Kingdom Hearts always sounded like a bad idea to me, and you're just making it sound like it was in fact a bad idea.
So, Kingdom Hearts is the result of the most games industry interaction that ever happened ever. If you ever wondered how video games get made, even AAA titles, let me explain to you how Kingdom Hearts was made. Tetsuya Nomura wanted to make a new kind of video game that was like Final Fantasy, but involved running around with new gameplay elements and a new experience that had not quite been done before. Basically, he wanted to make Final Fantasy 15, but it was 2000. The people on his staff and his superiors were worried that moving this far away from the source material they were working on, while not using characters that had already been established, would be a big risk for the company to take, especially as they were trying to get their feet firmly on the ground with Sony, and so they refused the idea. Tetsuya Nomura held the idea in his pocket, waiting for an opportunity to find some recognizable characters that he could use to then trick people, quote-unquote, into playing his very strange game. Because, action RPGs were not, super duper popular. Using the math and, technique of turn-based combat while also running around in the world and doing it real time was just kind of weird. So, you know, it was more of a departure than Final Fantasy VII even was. So it took a lot of convincing. Meanwhile, he overhears that there is someone on the team who wishes that they could get like the rights to work on a Disney property because those characters would make a lot of money. Nomura says, hey, Disney characters are recognizable and Disney works in the same building we work in. Why don't I just pitch to a Disney exec and see what they think? They say, sure, if you can get a meeting with a Disney exec, Nomura, whatever. And Nomura's like, I'm gonna do it.
A Revenge X20, but you're taking characters that target one age group and putting them in a story for a very different age group. I do not understand how that ever worked. Like, the only people who would play it are preteens and teenagers who for whatever reason still like Disney characters.
Exactly. That's the point of this story, is that it was never about the Disney characters. It was about Nomura wanting to make Sora. Nomura wanted to make a weird game about a kid named Sora, and he needed the Disney characters to give it brand recognizability, so his boss would let him do it. He met a Disney executive in the elevator and literally gave him an elevator pitch for Kingdom Hearts, and the guy said, yeah. That's it. It was 15 seconds in the elevator. That's why Kingdom Hearts happened. However, because it's Nomura, he completely disregards the Disney properties entirely.
But Sora is even more of a goofy kid story character than any of the Disney characters are.
You would think that he is. Sora is goofy, and he is based on like Disney, like goofy style, cartoonish whatever. But the main conflict of Sora's story is that he has a bleeding heart for everyone around him, and he does not care about himself as much as he cares about his friends. Even in Kingdom Hearts 1, that is a big through line. If Kingdom Hearts as a series was one Final Fantasy game, it would be more palatable and the story would be clearer. But basically, Sora's story in Kingdom Hearts is specifically about him needing to learn how to care about himself. Because all the way up into 3, he still doesn't. And in 3, he dies for real. And it's all his fault. And I can say that because you're like, well, wait a minute, if Sora dies for real, then why is he in Kingdom Hearts 4? And, you know, that's just Nomura magic, baby. I didn't spoil fucking anything. You have no clue what's happening because the story is wild. That is still very Disney. Yeah, but it's a little darker than Disney. It's like a nicer message than most Disney messages.
Actually.
Hey, look what I can do.
Look what I can do? What the fuck is it? He's not even trying to help me, he's just showing off. But yeah, I don't know. I think the point that I'm making is I wish that Nomura could have just gotten Kingdom Hearts made as the game that he wanted without having to include Disney shit. Because once you get what's going on, it is a good story. Everything just gets muddled because they had to make it like... they had to make it Disney, right? Like, if the world wasn't split up worlds and they didn't have to, like, compensate for all of this other shit, I think it would have been way better. And I think he could have included more of the ideas that he had for the story in one game, rather than having to run around on an adventure in Aladdin's world, or whatever. So, like, you probably would have had Kingdom Hearts 1, Chain of Memories, and 2 in one plot-driven game, and it would have made more sense because they would have thought about the plot all at once and wouldn't have had to retcon anything. I think having Disney in it killed Kingdom Hearts, but the story that's there is interesting. And that's why people like it. Nobody likes Kingdom Hearts for Disney characters. Like, that doesn't exist.
ORFM cheered X420, but is it really so good that it deserves this rabid fan base more than other less appreciated RPGs that are not so much of a corporate monstrosity?
Well, that's not for anyone to determine. The fan base that Kingdom Hearts has is the fan base that Kingdom Hearts has, and it will be that. Like, I don't know, the existence of RPGs that are very good.
Big Heaven Monster cheered X10. Kingdom Hearts story in a nutshell. You have to fight through life against a bunch of heartless people that will tear you down until you're nobody. You'll feel like a whole different person after that happens until you realize that you are somebody. Also, Donald and Goofy are there. Kairi exists.
Yeah, kind of. That is kind of it. But yeah, like, if your criticism of Kingdom Hearts is that other games deserve the attention that Kingdom Hearts gets, then that's sort of like, whatever. Like, I can control that I like Kingdom Hearts. I can't control whether or not other people do. Sometimes things don't get popular. It's sad. Can't help that, you know? And it's not because it's Disney that it's popular, mind you. Disney Infinity, not popular. The fucking, like, Disney movie PS2 games, not popular. People may have played them and they may have memories of them, but people don't like them? Like, can someone tell me what happens in the Monsters, Inc. PlayStation 1 game? Like, do you know? Do you remember? 'Cause no. I think Kingdom Hearts is popular because of a combination of reasons, and the story is one of them. People do like it. Just because art doesn't get seen as much as other art doesn't mean it's less valuable as art, or that we should disparage other art for being more valued by the public. It is simply the way things worked out, and all of it is great and worthy of existing and has a fan base somewhere. It's just like, the analytics work differently. And maybe the people who made those lesser-known RPGs wish that the analytics had favored them more, but I'm sure they're also just happy that they got to make the thing they made. Because at the end of the day, that's the point, is to make your thing, not to make your thing popular.
Oh, thank goodness you scared that evil spirit away. But now it will hide in the statues. If you were to flame all 10 statues, I'm sure you would chase it away for good.
ORFM cheered X20. I just think if people are going to worship Kingdom Hearts because they played it when they were young, they can't complain that games like Belle and Wonderworld came out now that they're adults.
Well, I mean, I don't know if anyone worships Kingdom Hearts because they're young. I mean, I'm sure somebody does, but I don't think that's the majority. Because when you think about it, Kingdom Hearts didn't come out when they were young. Kingdom Hearts 1 came out when they were young. And then Kingdom Hearts 2 came out when they were in middle school. And then Kingdom Hearts 3 came out when they were in college, or leaving college. Like, they had to keep playing the series in order to actually be fans of it. So they are experiencing it now. And the experiences that they have with it are genuine. You can't be happy with a new thing or a new iteration of a thing based on nostalgia. And if you are, then you are truly blind. And those people are less common than people who are just engaging with the thing that they just have now. And also, I complain about Balan Wonderworld because it doesn't have the creator's vision, right? Like, Nomura may have had to alter his vision to have Disney in it, and maybe that makes it less accessible for people. But it's very much still Nomura's game. Balan Wonderworld is bad because it's not its creator's game. Damn, the man goes to jail and I forget his name. Yuji Naka. Yuji Naka on his city escape. Route all major roads and capture the suspect. I feel like I've met some people whose nostalgia shades flavored their opinion of a new release of an old IP. Might be vocal minority as fandom do. Yeah. There are definitely cases of weird vocal minorities in a lot of fandoms. I'm not going to say they don't exist, because they do. I just don't know to what degree they exist. At least what I can say is, for me personally, Kingdom Hearts 1 is shit. I played it as a kid. It's a bad game, with really good story beats that make it endearing. Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories, just don't play it. Kingdom Hearts 2 is amazing. Kingdom Hearts 358 over 2 days has a stupid-ass title and is really depressing, and I don't think it's worth playing because the beginning is sad, the middle is sad, the ending is sad. It's just sad. Let's see. Birth by Sleep is a good game that is hindered by a terrible control scheme that they for some reason decided to go with because Nomura just can't let go of... he just can't have a good thing. Kingdom Hearts 3D, Dream Drop Distance, good-ass game. Fucking perfect. Love it. Thank you. Thank you for making that. Kingdom Hearts 3, it's really fun gameplay with not a lot of story to go around. And they do make you sit through the entirety of Let It Go while Sora, Donald, and Goofy stand in the background. 6.5 to 7 out of 10. That being said, the strongest part of Kingdom Hearts is the consistent through lines in the story, and I love the story enough to be a fan lifelong. I will keep playing Kingdom Hearts games because I want to see these characters do things.
X69. Denton thinks that the Disney stuff made it more accessible, but honestly I have trouble agreeing, because like, I played Final Fantasy 7, 8 and 9, and then Kingdom Hearts was announced and I was like, does Square really expect their existing fans who are in high school or older to play this? Who is this for?
It was for a merging of the worlds. They wanted to get people who were younger into Final Fantasy, and they wanted to get people who were into Final Fantasy into Disney. And it did work. It did contribute to a lot of teenagers who, like, a lot of teenagers who got really into Disney stuff, and the millennial generation is so down bad for Disney. I have no idea what exactly caused this specifically, but like, millennials will still have Disney posters in their room. They will still obsess over every Disney release. A lot of them seem to think that Disney made the MCU better because it made the writing more, like, Disney-ified. I don't know.
X20. I admit I was curious, but I can't be the only one who avoided it because I was terrified of what would happen if someone found out. Like, I'm pretty sure my parents would have made fun of me.
Well, that's just mean parents. I don't know, like, on my end, my mom really loves animation, and my dad married her, so when I was like 13 and I said, oh, I want to go see fucking Meet the Robinsons or whatever. They were like, yeah, sure. That's an animated movie. Your mom's gonna like it. Let's watch it. And then my mom, in turn, dragged us to watch the Minions movie.
RFM X20. Well, yeah, you can like animation as a teenager. That's what Dragon Ball and Cartoon Network are for. Disney is for babies, Lamau.
Is Disney for babies, or are you internalizing your fear about Disney being for babies? Like, if I were to look at Disney statistics right now, age groups who watch Disney cartoons. Age and race demographics of Disney Plus and Hulu users compared to all streamers. I mean, I guess that's not really a good representation because there's adult movies on Disney Plus. TV viewers of the Disney Channel in the US by 2018 age. Okay. In June of 2018, the highest majority of people watching Disney Channel were 30 to 49 years old. And 18 to 29 is just below that by 1%. Now, this might just be based on, like, who is reported on the cable network. So maybe you have 2 people on the cable account, but their kid's watching Disney. That counts 2 people, but doesn't count the kid. Probably is skewing that. Let's see. Disney age group statistics. How about that? I don't want to see Disney Plus users. God, I hate this. Yeah, United States and Canada, obviously. It doesn't say anything about age. Okay. When I was at SCAD, we went to anime cons, we had to figure out who in our geek caravans wanted to ride in what cars, because one car was always the let's sing Disney songs the whole trip, and that was never my car. Yes. Yes. Exactly. That's the vibe I'm trying to convey. We're talking about now, not 2002. I mean, I can't go back in time to 2002 and see who was watching Disney stuff, but like... there was definitely a demographic, maybe a smaller one, but there was definitely a demographic of people who, just like I saw Emperor's New Groove when I was a kid, they saw Aladdin and The Lion King when they were kids. And then by the time Kingdom Hearts came out, they were teenagers. And they'd be like, yeah, I really like that stuff. Like, I don't know, if somebody likes something as a kid and it's not specifically like Nick Jr. shit, I feel like the only factor that would make them stop liking it as an adult is someone specifically having to be mean to them about it. And I think a lot of people just didn't have that. Isn't that like universal? I don't know. I mean, if we're talking about the success of Kingdom Hearts, apparently not. Because look where it is. Because someone who likes kid stuff is a really easy one. There's a huge demographic of people who don't outwardly like Disney things, but inwardly like Disney things, right? Like, when I was in high school, I didn't tell people what I was into. Because I was into fucking Star Fox and Foster's Home. I would go home and turn on the TV and watch a cartoon, or I would turn on a video game and play it. And I would draw based on the shows and games that I played and watched. And nobody at school needed to know that. But it certainly didn't stop me from consuming the media. I had also had the experience of thinking that Mario was for babies, and then I played Mario and Luigi Partners in Time because my parents got it for me, and I was like, oh man, a Mario game? This shit's for babies. And I fell in love with it so immediately, and I was like, what's this kind of game called? A turn-based RPG? What else is like this? Oh, Pokemon's like this? Huh. I kind of want to play Pokemon. And I remember when I said I wanted to play Pokemon, he was like, are you sure? I thought you were too old for Pokemon. And I was like, I don't know. I kind of want to see. And I loved it. Oh, he's not allowed to score? That's really funny. Speaking of turn-based RPGs, I think I want to play an Octopath game? Because I was saying on Gabe's stream that I would play Octopath Traveler, but I've watched him and Pop play the whole game, so I'm sort of like, well, there's not really anything there for me anymore, is there? But he was like, well, DJ, if that's how you feel, you should stream Octopath 2. And I was like, there's gonna be a 2? I am very interested.
Well done! Have this!
Cave is so disappointed in Octopath Traveler. I want to know why! Oh, this is exciting. Complain to me. Do it! Give me the wiggly tentacles in your brain that are writhing about.
The first to score 5 goals wins. You are shooting at the red goal.
So moist.
A Revenged X69. I guess this is kind of eye-opening because I thought like, didn't everyone kind of tell the things they do with being able to share the experience in mind? Like if the only things you do are things that nobody at school does or admits to doing, isn't that kind of lonely?
Absolutely it's lonely. And that loneliness and that like fear of being put into lonely corners is why I was like one of the outcast like nerds in high school. Like despite being for lack of like less self-aggrandizing words, despite being like actually charismatic, I had a hard time making friends at all in school because the things that I liked, people didn't like. Especially among crowds of like hyper macho folks. The folks that I was around for most of my time because I was a Christian. It was difficult. It was difficult figuring out what was going on. And then I got to a point with one friend. His name was Kevin. And I was like, you know, I'm gonna tell you that I'm into this stuff that I think is for kids. And he was like, oh, Pokemon? Dude, Pokemon's awesome. Kevin was an atheist. And specifically, that was like the thing. That was like the hot goss around the school was that Kevin didn't believe in God. And it made him an outcast. And that was one of the first things that made me think, well, hang on. Maybe there's something to this. Because Kevin's just living his best life. Why am I not doing that? Sometimes the experience that you have as an adolescent is just a bad one. Because it has to be that way for you to learn how to have a good life as an adult.
Big have a monster shit extra.
Let's go, Cave!
Because none of the characters have any reason to party together. They don't interact at all when you acquire a new party member. You see that character's story, but they all just exist together, and for a lore like myself that loves a good story, it disappointed me greatly for such a cool looking game.
I agree with that. I specifically think it's weird when in each character's individual story, and this is also because you can do them in varied orders, right? So like, there's no guarantee of who you would have by that point. But in each character's individual story, they will like sneak into places, or they will be admitted into tournaments, and it doesn't really feel like that's what's happening because you have the whole party with you. It's as if the whole party being there isn't canon and only exists for the battle sequences. And that is bothersome.
Well done.
But
Have this.
I still enjoy the
Stand
writing
long enough.
of each individual story. I like to think of Octopath as a game in which you... Whoa, someone had a bad time. A game in which you experience the separated stories of a bunch of different characters. And they aren't actually interacting, they just all live in the same world. Which is kind of sad, because you should have the characters interact. That should be a big part of the game. So I understand. My high school collapsed after I graduated. I don't know what got me to replace L's with R's there.
That sounds like Live Alive, but more awkward. Like the stories in Live Alive happen in completely different time periods and they actually don't interact at all. Until spoiler.
And that sounds like Cloud Atlas. I have thought about Live Alive when... Well, I say Live Alive. I like to say Live Alive. I feel like it should be Live Alive. Because it's... You know, it's like living, right? But the guy in the Nintendo trailer said Live Alive, so I'm thinking it might be pronounced that way. Not sure. Live Alive makes vor, lol. 9 out of 10. Where's that 10th statue? Do do do. Do do. What did Deej just say about Live Alive? I said that I was interested in playing it and didn't know how to pronounce the title.
Even though I'm a vegetarian, I think you should kill that Yeti. He's pretty tough, though. In fact, I'm not so sure.
I thought this guy was so hot when I was a kid. And then he dies.
I thought the Yeti was tougher than that. I guess he was all bark. Anyway, I was just guarding our sacred talisman to make sure the Yeti didn't eat it.
He's very hot in the remaster. That's very true. You fucking fugged the Yetter. I did. He has been thoroughly fugged. Where the McLovin is this last statue?
Orifem X 420. Also, to be fair, Live came out 18 years before Cloud Atlas.
Livey. Wait, did it? What is that? And is that before Cloud Atlas the movie or Cloud Atlas the book? Because I've only read Cloud Atlas as a book. Sort of. I skimmed it. Because I'm bad at reading fiction, but... Alive, I see. I've heard the Cloud Atlas movie is bad, which is sad because it has National Treasure Tom Hanks, but it's also not surprising because it has National Treasure Tom Hanks. And I don't really know if he's ready to carry a movie like that. Oh, here it is.
Well done, Spyro! You've scared the evil spirit away! Why don't you take this? I borrowed it from the temple. They don't need it.
Orifem X 420. Live Alive came out in September 1994. Cloud Atlas the novel came out in 2004.
The voice acting? People used to think that was inclusive? Which voice acting? Did we just witness a murder? Yes! talking about? Oh, Enter the Dragonfly with the fucking the fucked up like welcome to Asia level. Oh, or the one with the like tribe of people wearing masks. Oh god. Yeah, there's like a lot of the stuff in this game could certainly be argued as culturally insensitive, and I am not going to shy away from that. And I hesitate to put the word "but" in this sentence, but to at least some degree of the credit of the devs, they did attempt, in many cases, to make the people that they were representing, like, based in fantasy. Like, maybe you go, like, world traveling and there's things that are inspired by things that exist in, like, on Earth, but it's all just, like, the quote-unquote magic. And, like, you go to a bagpipe-playing Rolling Hills place, and they're just a bunch of satyr that, like, play bagpipes really loudly and it annoys the golems. Shit like that. You go to Australia and it's a kangaroo with her mouse friends, and they need to fight the evil sorceress who has locked them out of their homes with the power of dragon eggs. So it's like, it's sort of disconnected, and most of what you hear is accents and, like, see stuff on the walls. There is one stage in this game that makes me very uncomfortable, and we will get there. Sorry for being a grumpy weirdo. Thou art not a grumpy weirdo. And in fact, being a grumpy weirdo is exactly what this stream is all about. The purpose of me, doing this stream in general is to explain, like, opinions and things like that. And it's always valid to do so. I thought you could just go in a circle and have it work that way, but apparently not. Could do that. And then I could do that. And then I could do... this? And then I do this. And then I do this. Fuck, I'm so close. Oh, fuck, I'm close. Where's the Phasmophobia ghost, like, voice line when you need it? I'm close. Okay, let me just... Whoa, what's this?
I've been...
Can you reset it?
Jump!
Yes. Okay, is the answer to the puzzle not to just jump in a circle? Like, am I nuts? You already have it? Oh, lol. That's so funny. Okay. Do this again. Then do this. Then do this. Then do this. Then do this.
Wow, Spyro, you did it!
Oh my god.
Wow!
Damn, he just came. That was the most intense thing he's ever seen in his life. I swear to God it was.
This idol says he's hungry and won't be satisfied until he's swallowed 10 fish. He's got a sensitive stomach, so watch what kind of fish you feed him.
Oh fuck. No! Ah! You thought you tricked me. I was looking at the fucking... the more I had in chat. Don't hit that. No! It's so distracting, chat. Don't. It's because every time, whoa, I almost hit it. Every time I look at chat and see one of those fucking heads, I'm just hearing like, it's just making me smile. We're on a roll now. Don't you? Okay, cool.
Okay, Spyro, just one more puzzle to go. I'll meet you over by the college stones for your final challenge.
Making Deej smile, wouldn't want that to happen. Exactly. Ideally, I would cry. Does that thing have a sensitive stomach? If it's made of rock. Is it not made of rock? Was that big head made of flesh?
If you jump on these stones in the correct order, you will solve the puzzle. I only know what the first one is. It's up to you to figure the rest out.
Rocks eat? Haven't you ever had a pet rock? Star. And now I want... What is this, a hexagon? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... Wait, what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? There's an octagon. Okay, octagon. I just keep forgetting which one I start at. I was gonna say, what? It can't be 7. Now I want orange. Now I want moon. Now I want triangle.
Nice job, Spyro. You're pretty smart for a dragon. All I have to give you is this shiny thing I found in our toolbox.
Another thing that's interesting about this Spyro game, and it's not necessarily a criticism just yet, I think most of what I dislike in this game comes up later. But Spyro is morally bankrupt in this game. Like, we're helping foremen. They're contractors who are building something in this area. And presumably, these quote-unquote enemies are the spirits who actually own the land. And they're like, hey, get out of here. And Spyro just comes in and helps these people, like, clear out the spirits. And they're like, thanks, Spyro. You even helped us open our toolbox, which had been sealed magically shut. Now we can get back to work. They are the masons. It's implied they're the ones carving all of these things. Well, then why is one of them called Foreman Bob? Why is he wearing a hard hat? What's this guy's angle? He's got blueprints.
Spyro, you're pretty tough. If you ever want a permanent job, we've got a place for you here. For the moment, I want you to have this talisman.
Everyone is morally bankrupt. Spyro was kidnapped by people that didn't ask him if he would help. They were just like, you're a dragon. So, an insult, and then, okay, go here, so can you save us? Yeah, exactly. I don't know. I think the theming of this game is that Spyro doesn't ask questions because he's here against his will, so he's neutral to everyone. He does whatever will get him back on his vacation. That's his motivation. He wants to go on vacation. There are times in this game when you fight on both sides of a war, which I think is especially funny. Like, you literally help one side win a battle, and then you turn around in the very next stage and help the other side win their battle. You help two, like secret agent, like, mutant children, like, infiltrate a palace. The two sides thing is fucked up. Spyro's a mercenary. Yeah, kind of. He's paid in he's paid in vacation hours. This is what happens when you don't have a good insurance system, kids. Your job's plan doesn't give you vacay or health. I mean, who among us wouldn't go on a grand adventure for dental?
Spyro, the idols we were carving have come to life! They've locked us out of our temples and stolen our food!
So they are your temples. How did they come to life then? Carl? Crud, you're playing my comfort game, sweet. Hello, Carl. Ripto, I guess? See, that's the thing about this game that I'm always confused about, and maybe they'll talk about it more. Has Ripto actually done anything? Like, he kicks moneybags out in a ploy for power. So he's replacing a capitalistic authoritarian with a dictator. But like, to the citizens of the world, is Ripto harming things? Is he casting magic spells and causing problems? Or are these places just in turmoil in general, and Spyro just happens to come along and solve everything, including Ripto? Is everybody having problems and Ripto is simply Alora's problem? It is implied it is him who is causing these things to go into turmoil? Okay. Because I guess I just like... Like, why would he do that? You know? What grand scheme does he have to gain by, like, turning all of this shit on its head? I guess it could be... It could be the same as in, Spyro 3, right? Like, the fairies took all of the orbs and spread them around, and then Ripto magically creates minions to ransack the place and find orbs. That's probably what's happening. Ripto's looking for the orbs. Because he needs the orbs in order to, like, fully consecrate his power by bringing more people from his world here. I think that's what he wants. Is to activate that big portal and, like, rule over this world by having an army. So I guess that makes sense. Sounds like Doom. I think you just like Doom. As you very well should. The height to evil ratio. I mean, I'm evil, so it checks out.
You're well on your way, Spyro.
Thank you. At Crudberry, explain how evil you are. I'm trying to think of a beloved property that I want to complain about, because that is what this stream is about. We've already done Dark Souls, we've done Moana, we've done Encanto. I can't really relate to Ariel and the Little Mermaid because she's kind of a spoiled brat. And like, sure, that's the plot of the movie, it's what gets her into trouble, but like, I feel like they don't address that hard enough. And her big, flourishing I Want song is so, like, beautiful that it feels like the marketing behind that movie has transformed it from a story about a spoiled teenager who needs to learn something into a story about, wow, it would genuinely be really good for me if I got all of these things. The Lion King fucking sucks. Have we talked about this? I feel like we've talked about this. The Lion King sucks. In my opinion, of course. But that's something that people would probably say I'm evil for. We even talked about it during Nady's sleep stream. Yeah, I cannot stand the plot of The Lion King. The lions literally sent an entire group of people because their species are... entire group of people because of their species to die slowly out of starvation. Yes. The lions are objectively racist, and classist, and that whole talk of everything the light touches is yours is not okay. That's not, like, majestic and beautiful. That is simply untrue. Simba, let me give you a better talking to than your father did. Everything the light touches is a community that you are in charge of, and a people that you need to endorse. Simba, it is your responsibility to give these lands the greatest of care. Because if you are not in charge, then nobody will be here to save them from whatever may happen. Simba, when I am gone, it is important for you to understand that you must wield your power in a way that is best for all life on the earth. And not just to aggrandize yourself and your kind. Even if you must compete with another species for the same resources, there are ways to do it with a great amount of nuance and attention to everyone's needs. I tell you this because we are currently at odds with the hyenas, and I do not wish to be, but the public is insatiable at the moment. You will have to figure out how to quell this violence. It is not right for the hyenas to be mistreated so. Like, no wonder Simba just became a stoner. That's a fuck ton of pressure. On the bright side, it made Sora into a kitty. Pretty true. Kitty Cat Sora did spawn an entire DeviantArt revolution. Talk shit about Betty White. How could I talk shit on Betty White? don't know, it's kind of hard to. Like, the one criticism that I can come up with of Betty White's appearance in anything is honestly not Betty White's fault, and not something that I would have told Betty White to enact. But I just think it's extremely likely that she should have been compensated more for the things she did. Betty White was everywhere, and it was kind of a meme that she was everywhere, and a lot of different properties and companies were able to profit off of that meme, and yet I'm not sure if she got proper recognition for the amount to which her name made that a thing. So that's about the meanest thing I can say about Betty White, is that she's a national treasure. Can we talk about Scar's queer coding? I'm going to talk about queer coding in general now. Let's go. Scar, wonderful person, shitty character. Why are these guys naked? So Scar, as a character, is aligned with the hyenas, and he is aligned with the hyenas. Well, okay, he's not really aligned with them. Scar is still shitty. Scar is just Loki. He was, like, downtrodden in his stupid royal family, so he decides that he's going to find people who are also downtrodden and use them to get ahead in life. But as soon as it's, like, opportune for him to drop them, he will. Scar is just as much of an enemy of the proletariat as the lions themselves, but simply by the nature of him being a villain, I suppose it's supposed to be understood that, like, he's just like us. He doesn't like the king, we don't like the king. Easy peasy. But no, he's also your enemy. It's like if Elon Musk had gone the other direction and been, like, a leftist. He still would have been a shitty person. And he still wouldn't be relating to the public. I just heard queer coding and imagine that's what's on Skittles. Dude, this fucking guy. Attack Frog. Fair point, but while it wasn't explicitly stated that the hyenas had their niche, they were never depicted as destitute, only greedy. Their problem was when Scar utilized his own and the hyenas' greed to throw the balance of the Pride Lands out of whack. Simba's journey was exactly as you said, resetting the balance, fulfilling the role he's to play in the circle of life. Yes, but did they ever say that? Because I watched The Lion King just like a year and a half ago, specifically looking for any moment when the hyenas actually did something wrong. And it seems like the only thing that they wanted was to eat in general. Like, the world did get worse, but they didn't specifically say it was the hyena's fault. It was just like, mysteriously things got worse. Somehow Palpatine has returned. And I guess because the hyenas are associated with the elephant graveyard, we are to assume that they are bad. Where's this motherfucker? It's implied off camera, they never show them. Yeah, and that's what bothers me. The thing that bothers me is that the Lion King presumes that you will simply think the hyenas are evil. Because, I mean, of course they are. But why? It relies on the actual, like, existence of the concept of othering. It wants you to feel like you are the lions, and you hate the hyenas because they are the hyenas. You dislike the hyenas because when they show up on screen, the background is green. You dislike the hyenas because they don't like the king or the king's son. And sure, it's rude to bully a child simply for where he was raised, but also the king has clearly exiled them, and they don't talk about that. I would hate the king and the king's son too. Desperate people
Thank you, Spyro.
do desperate
I found the shiny
things.
thing mixed up with our light.
Thank you, SpongeBob. You just like the hyenas because they killed the very sweet king, the king that's such a good dad, the genocidal king. Yeah, that king. And also they didn't, only Scar did. And Scar only did that because he was jealous. Or envious, not jealous. The hyenas caused the stampede? Oh, true, they did cause the stampede. They never would have come up with it without Scar, though. I could see the hyenas as being a, the hyenas are a community of people who are desperate and in need of a leader. Scar is their charismatic leader that leads them astray and takes over. And it is not fascism because it is not a response to leftism, but it can become fascism. I think Scar, were he to stay in power and be successful, would probably have eventually been a fascist. And then the hyenas would have been in too deep to say no. So, with that in mind, queer coding that character doesn't feel great. Didn't the hyenas want to defect during the end? Yes, they did, and they were able to because Scar had been... Well, Scar had been failing. The hyenas were getting angry with him because that he had promised success, and they were not getting it. They were able to go back to the Pride Lands, but they weren't able to participate. They weren't able to eat, and the lions were still keeping them out of the main palace. Then Simba comes along and makes Scar say some things that he wouldn't have said had Simba not been there, and the hyenas are like, okay, bitch, now I see your angle. You were never working for us. You're not even trying to help us. You only care about yourself. Charismatic leader is no longer charismatic, right? That's the crucial mistake that a fascist can't really make. They can't be mask off. A fascist leader of a country, not going to name names, but they couldn't say, for example, had there been an election that was perfectly fairly run and you had told all of your people that it was not fairly run and needed to be contested, that fascist leader could not then say, I know the election was not faked. I know that it is real. I am simply doing this because I need to get people riled up about something so that they will ignore the social, injustices that I'm having them put themselves through. Because at that point, a certain amount of the populace who follows you would defect. And then you would lose power. So the lie continues. Smile. Even over a year afterwards. Keeps happening. Don't they usually go mask off in real life too? They go mask off about who they hate, but they will not go mask off about who they have betrayed. They want you to join the cult because the cult will not betray you. But as soon as someone says a thing that goes against the interests of the cult, then they have done something wrong. They can blatantly lie and be mask off in that way. They'll be mask off to us, but they won't be mask off to their peers. Because as soon as Ted Cruz says, hey, we need to vote our conscience, well, there you go. Everyone hated him. And he had to spend 5 years rebuilding his own image within his own party and saying, no, you guys, I totally drank the Kool-Aid. I totally took the red pill.
Spyro, do you see that big building over there? The gear grinders are using it to steal our electricity.
Okay.
Please.
So anyway, that's why I don't like The Lion King. I hope that was clear and concise. Is that SpongeBob? It absolutely is. Tom Kenny did a lot of voices in this game, and for that one, they literally apparently just said, do SpongeBob. What about Lion King 2? Haven't watched it in a while. It's a sort of complex issue because Scar's designer and animator is a gay man. Yes. And see, here's the thing though. His writer and designer might be a gay man and might have put those things in there specifically so that he could represent what he wanted to put into media, and that's incredible because that is progress as of the mid-90s. However, if you wrote one of the main characters who was meant to be a hero with the exact same flamboyance as Scar had, it would never have gone over. Disney allowed that because Scar is the proto-fascist villain. That is my problem with Scar. Yeah. Oh, we see this even recently. The exact same thing happened with, like, a lot of Zelda characters. You never have someone who is that flamboyant as, like, one of the hero's, like, close, compatriots. It's always Girahim, or the creepy clowns that run the travel service that you use twice out of the entire game. In Breath of the Wild, I think that's the first time that they've had a queer-coded character who is 100% positive and 100% like working together with you in a nice way. Oh, I hate Tingle. Not even necessarily because he's queer-coded, but just because he Well, I mean, he appears to be, like, a broken idea of a queer-coded character, so I guess that is bad.
Spyro.
Like,
The next.
he's like funny because he's like quirky and feminine and makes little fairy noises. But then on top of that, he just seems to be like in some way ambiguously neurodivergent. And generally, when you work with Tingle in Zelda games, he kind of gets in the way more than he assists. Which character was queer coded in Breath of the Wild again? A few of them. For starters, when Link puts on the Gerudo outfit, he himself feels pretty dressing in women's clothing, which is not necessarily queer coding, but it's a lot less straight than most Links. And then the character who gives you the outfit is legitimately a trans person. And if you point out the fact that she has like masculine features still about her, then she blows you off and won't let you have the outfit until you come back and presumably have the canon conversation. Meaning, like, I feel like if this were not a Zelda game where you had to be able to move forward, saying the option of, aren't you a man, would have actually locked you out of progression with her, and she would not have let you go forward with getting the outfit. Then there's also Bolson, who is just so gay. And I love him. He's awesome. Yeah, Bolson is the construction worker who starts the Tarrytown quest. Which I never did, by the way. I still have not done the Tarrytown quest. I have just gotten Bolson to make my house. And I was like, thanks, bud. Because once you do the Tarrytown quest, he just goes and sits outside of your house forever. And I liked it better when he wasn't doing that.
Spyro, help! The switch to turn off the gear grinder factory is in that room, but, it's awfully noisy in there. Thanks for shutting down the factory. Here, I found this stuck between the gears. You can have it if you want.
People using cartoons to demonize IRL animals is fucking ridiculous. Humanity really does exhaust me. It really truly do. We should all be pink bears. Obviously. It took you long enough to come to that conclusion. Let's eliminate humanity by turning everyone into cartoon animals. Okay, so like... Let's talk for a moment. If we just turned everybody into cartoon animals, there is a very good chance that we would solve a decent amount of world conflicts. If everybody became like wolf people, or if half the world was wolf people and half the world was cat people, and we couldn't tell what people were before they became wolves and cats, and the wolves and cats had equal physical prowess, like, sometimes when I see a Spider-Man villain who just wants to make everybody lizards, I kind of get it, you know? Like, the problem there is that you're taking away bodily autonomy from these people, and that's objectively bad. But damn. It's not like Dr. Connors was never onto something. He just did it wrong. The way that you do it and be at least as morally correct as possible, unfortunately, is probably like a Bloodborne kind of thing, where you find a way to cure diseases and make people stronger and healthier, and you provide it as a public service. And then, oh no, well, now everyone's inundated with the juice because it makes life better in general and it's not being regulated. And oops, turned us all into werewolves, didn't it? But I mean, we all like being werewolves. Like, it's not like I'm mad at you because you're a werewolf and you're not mad at me because I'm a werewolf. It's just there are these people that are trying to get rid of us and like they're not werewolves. And it's like, come on, dude, be a werewolf with us. There is a theory that in Bloodborne, the creatures are actually reverting to their natural state. As in, they were beasts at first, and then they became humans as they left the place that they were accustomed to. And that becoming beasts is so intoxicating because it feels good. Because it genuinely feels to them like everything is becoming more correct. And they are afraid of that because everything that they know is not the thing that feels correct, but eventually everybody gives in. And that makes my feelings about that complicated. Because what if you didn't do anything? What if Bloodborne just played out and everyone became beasts and then you let yourself become a beast? Because the blood's in you too. You could just let go and be a werewolf. You could. What would happen? Would it be societal collapse? Or would it be a utopia? Are you the thing stopping this world from actually becoming better, but just quote unquote uglier by human standards? That's fucking philosophy, babes. Let me know when the Bloodborne talk is over. Oh, it's over. And trust me, I didn't spoil anything. That is just, like, the first 5 minutes of the game. Dragon Denton is over. No! Don't get that trending on Twitter. It's not true. Dragon Denton is never over. Is Bloodborne a good game? You're making me want to play it. It's my favorite Souls game. Play it. I will not actually spoil anything that happens. I made very certain to not actually spoil anything specifically that happens. It's just a theory among fans of the game that is not technically supported by anything in the game. It's just a theory. A game theory! So there you go. Because I know a lot of people didn't have PS4s, and it's a crying shame that that's one of the Japan Studios games that couldn't port.
Thank you, Spyro. You've deactivated all of the electric barriers.
What little I heard before muting, it'd make perfect sense with the ideology and themes of Souls games. Yeah, like it makes the context of things that I'm not spoiling more interesting for me personally. PlayStation D's nuts. Fucking got him. Good morning, Boxface. Welcome to Waking Up. I am doing a stream in which, presumably, I'm going to say controversial opinions and solidify it as a part of how I create my own art, and therefore something that I just want to be able to do without people, like, not without people being upset, but without people thinking that I'm trying to make them upset. Because I am not. And this all came on because I thought about it for a moment and realized that when I am most happy creating art is when I just do it instinctively, the way that I want to, the way that I feel it. And in the interest of that, the art that I make is often critical of other art. Because as I experience the things that other people make, thinking about what I do and don't like about it helps me specifically get an exact idea of what I love in the experience of it. And so I'm playing Spyro 2 because I do not like this game as much as other Spyro games. I think too many streamers shy away from any controversial thoughts because they confuse controversy with being a dick or because they don't want to lose viewers. Yeah, that's the other thing. There have definitely been times when I've started shitting on a game and it lost me viewers. And like, when I say shitting on a game, I don't mean like, oh, how does anyone like this? Pokemon fans are obviously stupid and dumb. But like, you know, there's a new Pokemon game, and it is, in a way, it is a game. It is a game. That being said, I love that game. I am having fun with that game. But I think what I realized is I am having fun with Scarlet and Violet in spite of Scarlet and Violet. And it feels like the game itself exists in spite of itself. And it's such an interesting experience. So I guess this is the part where we talk about Pokemon. Obviously that game is unfinished. Obviously it's releasing at a time which is ideal for Nintendo to release a Pokemon game, because this is when they like to do it, right before Christmas, right before Black Friday. Get a lot of press about it, get a lot of people talking about it, get a lot of people posting fan art of the Pokemon and of the characters. And then by the time Black Friday comes around, well, everybody wants it, and it'll be a little cheaper. Or maybe you can get a special Switch that's Scarlet and Violet colors, and then you can take a look at that and be like, wow. It's how Nintendo does things, right? We all know this. We all know that this game's unfinished because of that. We all know this. It's obvious. Not only is it obvious, it's kind of ridiculous. Ridiculous in that they've released 2 Pokemon games this year, both made by Game Freak themselves. They split into teams, one team making Scarlet and Violet and one team making Legends Arceus. And it seems like if they had had the 2 teams collaborate more for longer times, then Scarlet and Violet would be a better game. Perhaps as good as Arceus is. How does anyone like this? Pokemon fans are stupid and dumb. Teams that are already too small for the scopes of the games? Yeah, exactly. I'm stretching for a moment. Ooh, boy! It's absolutely redonkulous to me that they did not consider that this would be exactly what happened when you release 2 games in the same year. They have just released Diamond and Pearl remakes. They didn't need to announce Scarlet and Violet. You can go back on my Twitter and find it. When they announced Pokemon Scarlet and Violet and we were all like watching the Nintendo Direct together, I literally tweeted, hey, are you fucking sure? Hey, you guys, are you sure? Are you sure you want to release this game this year? Because if I remember what's been happening, I'm pretty certain that people disparaged Sword and Shield a lot and gave it a lot of shit because it felt like the visuals weren't ready and a lot of the game design elements didn't have like a fully like realized feel to them, and the story was sort of disjointed in places and felt like it could have used some revisions in the writer's room. So like, you're going to fix those things, right? You're going to make sure that the gameplay is consistently engaging, that the world is consistently engaging, that the online functionality is consistently engaging, and that the story is consistently engaging, right? You're gonna do that, right? And then when the game came out and I played it on release night, I was shocked to find that before I even got to judge any of those things, the game looked like it had released in the first year of the GameCube's life. The background of Scarlet and Violet is just like, oh hey, what if the 3DS leaked into our system? Very weird. Very weird, weird, weird. How much better would it be with an additional year releasing at the same holiday slot but next year instead? Yeah. And you know what's even crazier of an idea? How cool would it be if Legends Arceus also released in this time slot? If they had half a year more to work on that game and like, you know, do some bug fixes, make sure that holding a Pokeball doesn't let you zoop yourself up a fucking slope. You know, video game stuff. How much even cooler could that game have been? Because I love that game. That game is exactly what I want from an open world Pokemon experience. It reoriented the framework in a way that I love, and having small chunks of open world like play that you can spend hours in, that's awesome. I don't know if I said this on stream or if I said it to only Spyro, but my favorite thing about Pokemon Legends Arceus is that I constantly forgot that the map existed. I didn't want to warp to place to place to place to place. I would rather get so engrossed in the one section of open world map that I was in that I would literally forget that I could go other places. I had to be reminded that other parts of the game existed. And I was like, oh yeah, I can go over here now. That's awesome. And in the same way, I think Elden Ring is successful. Because you can get so caught up doing things in one zone and really loving the map in the first like 10 hours of the game that when you open up a treasure chest and get warped to somewhere that is suddenly off the map, all the way over to the east in a way that you didn't think was possible, and you say, huh? What's Caelid? Is this the final area of the game? Smile. That's a really good experience. That means that your game is so engaging that you don't even have to know how much of a world there is to explore before people want to settle down and explore it, right? And Elden Ring managed to do that without like scaling things to your level, which is wild. That is an insane amount of like fixating on details and numbers and player progressions, like styles, making sure you get everything just right so that no matter what experience someone has, they are able to feel as though they can do something their way and still progress alongside the enemies. That's incredible. That is artistry.
The water workers have boxed up most of our baby turtles. The boxes are incredibly strong, with a...
So yeah, that's how I feel about Scarlet and Violet. Is I think having one big open world that represented the space in which, like, you face Team Star, you face gym leaders, you face Pokemon. Doing that and having it all try to load all of it at once as much as possible is a big mistake, not only because it makes your game look like shit because it overloads the memory, but also because it decreases the amount of interest that you are able to put into each area. This is something that was brought up to me that I didn't even realize until someone said it, but it has a huge impact on that game. I want you to sit down with me and try to think of how many areas in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet in which you can go into doors. Like, how many cities exist in which you can walk into a door and just see someone's house and speak to an NPC inside someone's house? How many libraries are there where the only point of them is to go in and see people reading books about Pokemon and get a little bit of lore about the legendaries? Like just areas that are just to make the world more interesting and don't exist as like a shopkeep or a place to sell you something, or a place involved with the gym battle that'll eventually happen.
There's a
It just started getting to me. It started bothering me that, like, of all the cool places you can go in Scarlet and Violet, none of them are indoors. I genuinely kind of forgot for a moment, because I was thinking about, like, the setup of the world, right? And I was like, everyone who lives here is students, huh? Like, it's all just students? And they're all just, like, studying abroad from the school? But then no, there are cities. The place is populated by cities. Like, the whole continent seems to get its money from the school, but people do live there. I just hadn't thought about it, because you can't go into their homes. You can't meet NPCs and have them say, oh, let me take you to where I work. A place with a library, like a school? Yeah. Also, speaking of the school, I really love the part where you can walk through the hallways and explore the school Persona style. It was very nice being able to really look through this entire giant campus that's so interesting. Because, I mean, it's not like the entire giant campus would just be kept to the front courtyard, 4 classrooms, and a dining hall, right? You get to go and visit your friends in their dorms, right? Because, I mean, otherwise, why would you even put a school in the game? Seems like it would kind of be a waste of resources, right?
Thank you, young dragon. The baby turtles will be safe up here. Please take this talisman as a token of our gratitude.
Like, I don't even mind if the graphics are like Switch level. I don't mind if a Pokemon game doesn't look fucking like God of War. I do mind when the game gates me not based on progress, but just based on the fact that nothing exists behind the door that I want to go in. I take issue with doors existing that do nothing and yet make me wish they did something. Because that just feels like they were supposed to do something and they weren't able to make it happen. Talking explorability, not graphics. Well, see, here's the thing. I said I wouldn't mind if the graphics were Switch level. The issue is, they're not. The graphics in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet should be better. If Breath of the Wild can have one continuous open world, and have you able to go in buildings, and look like 5 times better, then Scarlet and Violet can do that. Scarlet and Violet can certainly do that 5 years later. Now, has Game Freak ever made an open world game? No. That does play into it. did Game Freak make an open world using Breath of the Wild's engine? Yeah. And it looked good. Maybe they should have, maybe they should have done that. Xenoblade 1 was a Wii game. Holy Christ. It was that long ago? Oh my god, yeah, because Chronicles 2 was on the fucking Wii U, wasn't it? I wouldn't say the World of Arceus looks good, but it does look better. Legends Arceus, for the power that the Switch has, I think it looks good. Like, it's not as good as it could be. I don't want Pokemon to be Breath of the Wild, because Pokemon spends more of its resources on characters than Breath of the Wild does. Pokemon has to render all of these funny little guys that have animations and attacks and special effects. Whereas Breath of the Wild has, what, 5 enemies? And they change colors? Like, I get it. Why are they missing so many animations? Yeah, I mean, that's a valid criticism. And I do not know. Because that is something that I would like to have in the game, and it does disappoint me that they sort of don't really do that anymore. But I suppose the reason why I don't focus on stuff like that, that's like more on the graphical side, is just because I would trade certain animations and certain advances in graphics technology if it gave me a very good game. I would happily trade that. I am just disappointed because I got neither.
Impressive, most impressive. Please take this sacred, thingamajig as a token of our everlasting gratitude.
Remember when Dexit was supposed to improve models and animations and they forgot to do that? Yeah? I mean, that's the thing, is like, who is really saying that? Like, what executive at the Pokemon Company or at Nintendo is the one telling us... I hate these motherfuckers. Get them out of here. Like, what executive at Nintendo or the Pokemon Company or Game Freak is telling us that we are going to get these great animations and these way better models in Sword and Shield, and then not delivering on that? Because I am willing to bet that Sword and Shield was also rushed, but was finished enough that it didn't come off that way. And now they have no excuse. Now they can't hide. Pokemon Scarlet and Violet is so blatantly, glaringly, obviously unfinished that there is simply no way for them to pretend that it's not. And they're going to have to face that reality down. They're going to have to look like
Say, Spyro,
their
you
own
see
video
this wall
game
here?
in the eye and accept that it's not to the par that it should be at. I hope to God they don't do it by doing layoffs. I hope they do it by learning from Sonic and actually making a game that's better than all of the games that they've made in the past 5 years. That's what I want them to do. I thought this was supposed to be that game, though. Yeah. And so was Sonic Forces. The problem is Sega gave Sonic Team time, and I can't see the Pokemon Company doing that. What makes me so angry about Scarlet and Violet is this was their moment to do that. This was it. Like, stop and think about how much Pokemon content there is. First of all, motherfuckers still playing Pokemon Go. Secondly, the Diamond and Pearl remakes just came out by a B team. And while people did complain about that, plenty still bought it. Third, Arceus came out specifically as like a partner game to that first game. It's like, oh yeah, it'll be like a little later, but you'll get Arceus. And Arceus was great, and people fucking bought that shit, and people loved that shit. And you have the fucking Pokemon League of Legends now. You have a second Pokemon mobile game that has nothing to do with Pokemon Go, but is still getting people excited about the franchise. You have new card decks and an all-time high in card prices. Like, people are trading these cards like fucking hotcakes. They were popping off. And for some reason, they couldn't see that as a signal to give their mainline game, the thing that carries the franchise, more time. The Pokemon anime was in the news twice. Like, if you can't read the room on a year as successful and easy to just coast through to make your next year perfect, if you can't tell that that's what's happening for you right now, and yet all of the fans of your property can tell, then I think I know exactly who should get laid off, if I'm being honest. I know exactly who needs to go. It's never them who do. Sometimes. Sometimes. Especially if they happen to see like more profitable ventures elsewhere. But that is a chance encounter. Getting a capitalist to throw away their profitable venture in favor of another profitable venture. Oh, that's rolling the dice. You are not gonna get that kind of thing more than once in the blue moon. But like, I'm going to be honest, I think Yuji Naka leaving Sonic was a good thing. Not saying that he is like the bigwig who's causing things to be bad in the older Sonic games, but I'm saying his departure opened the way for more ideas, further exploration, and the ability to exactly pinpoint where the fan base wanted the games to go. And it's taken them some time. They've made some big mistakes while trying to figure out their new management. But in the last few years, they've gotten there. I think Sonic the Hedgehog is at a point where their diehard fan base will support them as far as they need to go. And now they're at a point where they're even getting more people who are not interested to begin with. If it's classic Sonic team, they'll drop everything good they made in Frontiers by the next game. Oh, people say they loved this but didn't love this, throw it all out. That is true. I am mentally bracing for that, but this game has so much positive talk around it that I have to wonder how much they'll really toss. Like, if Sonic Unleashed got enough positivity for them to keep the boost mechanic in most of the games afterward, I have to imagine Frontiers has enough positive press for them to do the same. The issue is, I'm worried about what they're going to do on top of what Frontiers did. Because Sonic Unleashed boost mechanic was incredible and gorgeous, and they have never done it that way again. They have not made another game and made that boost feel as good as it felt in Unleashed, because they kept trying to do other shit. They want to release a game for the anniversary, that's nostalgia bait. So you gotta make it quick and you gotta make it short. They want to release a game. Actually, I don't know what colors this problem was. It was just bad. I mean, it was really good if you liked it, because art is subjective. But to me, it was kind of boring. When I boosted, it didn't feel like I was going incredibly fuck off fast. And there were a lot of sections where the camera turned to 2D, and it took away a lot of my speed and a lot of the fun. And the wisps were entirely unnecessary, but they were literally the plot of that game, so I get it. But then why did the wisps stay? Oh, it was because we praised colors, right? So we praise Unleashed a little bit and we keep boost, and then we praise colors a little bit and we keep wisp. And then we don't really praise Lost World. So that's fair. You know what, maybe we'll drop the wisps. Oh, never mind. We won't drop the wisps because, well, people said that they like Sonic fan art, and so we have to make a Sonic fan character, and I mean, how would we possibly have people make a fan character if they don't use the wisps? At the very least, they figured out that we don't want Sonic to be written like a fucking Jimmy Neutron character. Where the fuck am I supposed to be going? Oh, did I pour more water into this room? Is this more accessible now? No. Pokemon needs an update so shinies have sound cues. Pokemon needs an update so Pokemon cannot spawn in the goddamn walls. What the fuck is that shit about? Here we go. Don't insult Jimmy Neutron's character writing by comparing it to Forces. Look, Jimmy Neutron did have good character writing, but I don't want to play a video game as Jimmy Neutron. Like, I don't want to play as a character who's full of himself and self-centered and self-aggrandizing and just brute forces through every problem that he causes and happens to get through it all right, and so he assumes that he's doing well. I don't want to be that guy. That's not a fun character to be, unless the entire game is actually punishing me for being that way, and then it can be funny to watch the character have a downfall while also playing the game hoping that he gets there.
Nice.
Like, Sonic the Hedgehog is Jimmy Neutron if he never learns his lesson. I was just shitting on forces. I was just assumed Jimmy Neutron's writing was lame. As an adult, Jimmy Neutron does sometimes have, like, pretty decent writing. Jimmy Neutron also has, you know, they do a racism every now and again. It's pretty fucking gross. But no, like when you watch Jimmy Neutron nowadays, you realize that Cindy is, like, correct. And Jimmy is a tool. And every episode specifically explores how Jimmy being a tool blows up in his face. And how the show should be actually about Cindy. There's one of the early episodes you might remember, The Phantom of Retroville, I really like. Or of Retroland, rather. One of their classmates tells a story about a ghost who lives in the theme park. And Jimmy is so, like, butthurt about the story not making logical sense that he's like, ugh, you idiots like believing in fantasy stories? Jeez, this is so stupid. And he spends the whole episode shitting on it, and every other character in the show shows up to Retroland to try and trick him into thinking that the Phantom's real. I got vored. And they do it specifically because he's being an asshole about it, and, like, ignoring his responsibilities just to prove the lie. And it's very funny. They even have, like, their moral of the story moment at the end, where Cindy is like, yeah, Jimmy, everyone knows the Phantom's a myth, but you don't have to ruin our fun just because you want to be a prick who knows everything. And it's like, yeah, go the fuck off. Go off, Cindy, that's true. It's the same as people who are like, you know, people who are smart or self-described as smart just shitting on religion blindly because they're like, obviously there's not a big man in the sky. You guys are stupid for believing this. How could you? We need to further the species. And it's like, dude, do you know how difficult life is? And you can't let people just have something to believe in? Like, that is an annoying thing that smart people do. And I'm glad that Jimmy Neutron has the wherewithal as a TV show to talk about that. It's kind of like when people say that they hate the Marvel Cinematic Universe specifically because it's like, oh, superheroes are a played out concept and I don't get it. Like, it's fine to not get it, but the people who do get it are enjoying it. So, if someone says the MCU and you very loudly go, ugh, you know, that is shitting on art, and it is shitting on something that the public tends to enjoy. And in that moment, you're kind of acting like a dick. I have criticisms of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, and I wish it were better, but as soon as a movie isn't for me, I am happy with saying, yeah, it bored me, This part of the writing didn't make any sense. It's kind of shitty how they did this. They need to actually write for women and then be done with it. I'm not criticizing the Marvel Cinematic Universe because I hate the concept and wish people liked better concepts. I'm criticizing it because it purports to be this great cultural reawakening where we can all work together to like something, and it is not that thing.
Our world is wet again. We all want you to have this talisman of Aquaria Towers to remember us by.
Key Squid, I'm one of those people that have fun with the MCU movies, but also think it's so fucking stupid in terms of having actually good movies. Yes, exactly. You can like the idea that they're there, and also say this should be better. Like, there is a lot of fun stuff to poke at in the MCU, and Marvel fans will happily poke at it with you. I guess that's both a thing that I want to make clear that I don't intend to do, and a thing that I want to work on because people perceive me as doing it. But like, I do not want to shit on things that people enjoy just for the sake of it. I want to shit on things that people enjoy because the fact that people enjoy it means that the creators of these things should want to make a product that's worthy of being enjoyed the way that the series is. Like, when they said they were going to make a new Star Wars trilogy in the 2010s and 2020s, they know how much people like Star Wars, and so I wish that the art of the more recent Star Wars movies was good enough to live up to the love that people have for the franchise. I do not love the franchise. I don't give a shit. But a lot of people do. And I enjoy shitting on the new Star Wars movies because it's obvious that they're just a cash-in, and I want to fight against people making something as a continuation, quote-unquote, when really you're not continuing the art, you're not continuing the passion, you're not continuing the love, you're just getting money. And when these movies are shitty, when movies that are made just to get money are shitty, it's validated. Love y'all, good night. Sins, love you, good night.
Where am I going? I wish this game had a map.
Is it here somehow? I don't need the sub anymore. Ababa? Is there another way to go from this room? No. And now I'm here. This is the end of the stage. Or is it? No, this is here. So I want to go up here. And then this is the end of the stage. What? Confusion! Is there someone who's not confused who is like yelling at the screen for me to go somewhere? Because if so, you can yell at the chat for me to go somewhere. I would love to know. Oh my god, there! I found it! Holy shit, I knew it was here. Heading into work? Have a good one, Toofy. Much love. Can Spyro dragons breathe underwater? I would guess that dragons in this universe can breathe underwater if they specifically are, like, taught how to. Like, Sparks needs a bubble, but Spyro specifically doesn't. And is actually, like, blowing out air, as evidenced by these bubbles from his head. So I'm thinking he must have a way... He must have a way to, like, produce oxygen. Or else just be so extremely good at holding his breath that he's able to be underwater for 30 minutes. Like, maybe Moneybags just taught him lung capacity.
I've been trying to tame my new pet manta ray, but he just won't obey me. Hey, you're just about the right size to ride on his back. Great. Hop on his back and guide him through each of the rings of bubbles as it appears. And remember, he's brand new, so try not to get him dented or scratched up.
Does Hunter breathe water too? Hunter is some kind of fucked up government agent, so maybe. He could be a mutant.
Wild ride, huh? Well done! I suppose I owe you something for that. Here, take this orb. I found it in one of my flippers. Now that the manta ray's tamed, I'd love to get him into racing shape. Care to take him through a harder course? Okay.
Oi. Oi. Got it.
Incredible! You've got real talent. I could use a partner like you. You can have the orb I found in my other flipper, too.
From my paws to your face. Have an orb.
The water workers have kidnapped 6 of my children and hidden them in the tops of these numbered towers. I borrowed some explosives to blast the doors off the towers. If you can make it to the top of the 6 numbered towers, my children will be safe.
That is a lot of exposition all at once. And I have to be curious, how much of it is true? Specifically, how true is the word borrowed? I borrowed some explosives. From? So I'm gonna be honest, you can't really borrow an explosive. I'm pretty sure it goes away when used. Like that little jitter he did. Wait a minute. I keep realizing that every stream I get disappointed that I can't that I can't have McDonald's because the store closes weird. But let me fix this up. Sweet and sour sauce. No, I don't want extra salt. Holy shit. Let's start a McDonald's for streamers. I'm down. Alright. And a 6-piece nugget. Okay. So what else? We have touched briefly on Game of Thrones. We have touched on Star Wars. We have touched on 3D animated Disney movies. And Lion King. I could swear I had complaints about something. We did. We talked about Pokemon a lot. Talked about Octopath, Kingdom Hearts. Actually, we didn't finish talking about Kingdom Hearts. Despite the weird origins of Kingdom Hearts that make it kind of uncomfortable as a series because of the association with Disney only by way of Nomura's need to get a recognizable property to force his ideas into motion. You know, like, besides that whole thing. Kingdom Hearts is genuinely a good story. Wait, I have said that. Okay. I like Kingdom Hearts' story a lot. And I love Nomura's mind, I think he is making art out of this series that is so strange. And I think even having each of the games be canon is a viable part of his art, and it becomes more viable as time goes on. So people are annoyed, right? Because you have to play this game to get the understanding of this game. But you don't. I'm being 100% honest. I did try to download and play the Kingdom Hearts mobile game, and I thought about Melody of Memory, but I didn't play those. And the reason that I didn't is because you can go on the internet and find it. Like, there are hardcore fans who will purchase the games, and that's great for them if they want to do that. But I think Nomura understands that in the modern age, if you want to know the plot of a game that you simply haven't played, you can just look it up. Like, I think that is kind of part of it. In the same way that Toby Fox understands that people are going to watch the Undertale genocide route in a Twitch stream or YouTube video rather than play it themselves. I think Nomura understands that, no, not everyone is going to play the rhythm game version of Kingdom Hearts. But you know what they will do? Is they'll go to their favorite streamer who is playing it. Or they'll go to their favorite YouTuber who archives all of the Kingdom Hearts plot. Because those things have existed for years. And the fans who are angry that there's plot in those things don't stay angry for long, because you can just look it up. Is that a good way to run your art? I don't know. Kingdom Hearts is stupid, and I love that. Yeah, that really is the vibe, is like, it's stupid and it knows that it's stupid. Also, I'm gonna do this in stream. Let's go!
Before you get to the castle dungeon, Spyro, I thought that you might want to know how Ripto and his monsters arrived in Avalar. You see, last week in the winter tundra, the professor was working on some new super portal technology.
There. That's the last orb in place. Now let's see. All we need are some coordinates.
Yeah, how about 22475? That's my birthday.
No, Hunter, don't!
What?
Get off! Get off me, you useless buffoons! Why can't either of you? Where are we? No dragons. Wonderful. Crush, go back and pack my bags. We're moving in. Say hello to your new king.
Professor, shut it down! Hurry!
Oh my, I can't see the switch. I think I've broken my glasses.
Crush, go through the portal, you idiot!
To all your friends to take the orbs and scatter them throughout Avalar, quickly!
No! Go! Crush! Get the orbs now! No! You despicable little creature! I'll kill you!
This is bad news for Avalar. Hunter, why didn't you chase him?
Yeah, I would have gone after him. But didn't he say something about not liking dragons?
Professor, could we catch a dragon to help us?
Yes, I think so. We'll need a world that has an alignment much better suited to intercepting one of these creatures. How about Glimmer?
Good idea. We better go right now.
I like how presumably Alora told us this and then kicked us down a hole. Here's what's more important, Kingdom Hearts is sincere. I agree. Like, it's definitely, I don't know. It just feels like the story is what they want it to be. And even if they have to change a few things because of the Disney shit, like, for the most part, the Final Fantasy type stuff is untouched. And it's got so much interesting character design stuff. I don't know, Kingdom Hearts just makes me happy. Kingdom Hearts fighting game win, it would be so bad. Kingdom Hearts fighting game is just Smash Bros. I mean, it kind of can be, because Smash Bros can be canon now. You want to main Dimmix? Oh my god, yes.
ORFM Chat X69. This the after party spot? Smile. ORFM Chat X420. Also, I have to admit, as much as I slag on it, Sonic Adventure did look better than this just a little.
Sonic Adventure looks fucking good. The Dreamcast was a powerhouse. Fuck. Fuck. Come on. Hit him. Okay, there we go. Crush defeated!
Now, Crush! You may have been able to defeat that simpleton, but Gulp will be more than a match for you.
Bring it on, Shorty.
His little wiggly
Come
arms.
Here now! Destroy him and make sure it's painful. What? The roof? Gulp! Get me out of here! So long, dragon.
What a wuss.
What a wuss being afraid of being in a collapsing building. I love being crushed by rocks.
That Ripto has caused enough damage. All his meddling has cost me a fortune. If it wasn't for Spyro, I'd be bankrupt. If Ripto were here, I'd give him a piece of my mind. In fact, I'd give him a lot more than that. I was a champion bantamweight boxer at university, and I still know a few moves. Take that, and that. Boo. Ah! Why, you...
See, Ripto is the good guy. A little bit. At least a little bit. But not a lot. It's weird, like, Ripto is megalomaniacal and Moneybags is a fucking narcissistic capitalist. They're both pretty bad leaders. Here's something interesting to close the stream out. If you lived in this world, would you hate dragons? Like, if you lived in a world where you didn't have the ability to defend yourself against a dragon. And dragons were intelligent creatures who might knowingly exert their strength both physically and magically against you. But also might not. What do you think? Do you think most people would hate dragons?
Some wise.
Well, well, I bet a rich
ORFM
dragon like you
Chedex69.
wouldn't mind
Trivia
cashing in a
everyone
few
probably already knows. The name Ripto comes from the particular stylized way that was written on the Japanese box art for Spyro 1.
Yeah! It looks like Ripto. Kaylazoon, ... In what way would they exert that strength? You're allowed to enjoy them exerting the strength if you wish. That can be your answer. If you would happily submit to the dragons and be their little fucking happy place guy, that's allowed. They would probably accept that offer, considering their character in these games. It seems like they would very much enjoy such a thing.
Orifem X69, you can just say kobold, Deej.
I actually forgot that there was a species that did that. I would have said kobold if I had remembered. But no, like... So you can let the dragons fuck you if you want them to, but like...
Oh, it's...
I don't know. In Spyro 1, there are wizards who supposedly have taken over land in the dragon worlds. They don't necessarily work for Nasty Nork. They're not Norks. They're just humans. Humans who are wizards, and they are blocking the dragons' path with magic. But they can't keep it up. Their magic is weaker than dragon magic, so it falters. And they have to, like, let their blockades down and then bring them back up. Presumably they work in shifts, and each person uses their shift to continuously put up the wall and drop the wall, and they're trying to do it in a way that is apt for keeping their territory. But how much dragon territory is there? How much of it used to be someone else's territory, and then the dragons rolled up and everybody had to submit to what they said? The way that the dragons talk about those humans, it seems like they think of them as pests. Like, akin to a rat. So I don't know. Sometimes I wonder, like, what are the morals in a world with super creatures? Are you allowed to resent them as a species? They certainly aren't the underdogs. Literally one dragon with stunted growth can go to another world and absolutely free it from tyranny. And he only does it in service of his own vacation. Like, it's not like the dragons are struggling. Everyone's just being horny right now. I'm being philosophical, and Key Squid's like, oh, I'd be your kobold, Deej. Which, first of all, yeah, you would. Secondly, nice. Third, sick. And finally, I don't know. Dragons. You brought up dragons exerting power and I got all mind scrambly.
So moist.
Orifem X69, I mean this in the most affectionate and loving way. Key Squid laughs like an evil villain's underling.
I think Key Squid would appreciate that to the utmost. That is exactly what Key Squid is. Tiny Drago is a good thing to bring up. So, dragons, right? So like Stripey is a classic dragon.
Say for Aussie she cheered X10, DJ's calculating if the next thing they're about to say would be toes, and settled on not saying anything.
Untrue. I wasn't gonna talk about toes. So okay. Hello, Kieran Durg. I was going to say, Stripey Durg is a dragon's dragon, right? Like, huge and, do I have enough gems for this? I definitely do.
I can let you into the little castle over there.
It's only 400. So I think this instance of Moneybags, if you don't have 400 gems, he's like, how do you have so little money, Spyro? You've been spending it on hot girls from Fracture Hills. And I heard that as a kid, and I was like, yo? Spyro fucks? But no, everyone always has this many gems by this point, because they just throw them into your lap. Toes. 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 Lamau. Nomad has a maw now? I always wonder if furries that get maw emotes like maws, or if they just like biting. Sometimes it's difficult to know. Why not both? I mean, both could be the answer, but...
I would love to let you enter this speedway free of charge, Spyro. Love to. Unfortunately, the speedway rules require me to charge a small fee.
So moist.
Damn. Key, Jesus.
A revenge shit X69. If you get turned on when you see Moors because it makes you think of biting, does that count as liking Moors?
That's a question. I don't know. My instinct is to say no. That way. In the building. Right below me. Huh. It's still the main part of the body that's performing the action. Yeah. But if you like biting... See, when I think of liking maws, I think of liking the entire maw, you know? Not just the teeth. You can like teeth and not like maws. So, like... If you're really into biting, do you also like... licking? Like... What part does that apparatus play in that? Kieran just wants to bite someone in a non-horny way. No, I feel that. That's absolutely how I bite people.
A revenge shit X69. I mean, is it a question of whether Moors make you think of being bitten versus being swallowed? I mean, sometimes I see some nice chompers and think, wow, that could end me really quickly. If those teeth were grazing against my throat, I would be so full of adrenaline I would probably come. I mean, wait, sorry, let me rephrase that.
But you're saying that as a hypothetical. You're saying that as an exaggerated example that is a joke, and it is also within the Crudberry camp, which means we're just talking about in Minecraft. If that happened to you, then you would hit the Minecraft button in our Minecraft mod that makes a big cum happen. So that's fine. There it is. Oh, you motherfuckers.
Well done, Spyro.
There's more? Oh, fuck my whole... That way? Directly that way. Directly that way? What? Oh my god! There we go. Not this rabbit hole again. Okay. Chat, I'm going to save you from Minecraft Vor. We're gonna do a cool little thing called going to the ending card. Ugh. No, keep going. I demand it. We will keep going. Over at Gwillem's place. Yo. Party was here. After party is there. Go see Gwillem. Go give Gwillem a big, huge amount of love. You're cute, Felix. What the heck? Oh my god, you're so fucking cute! What the heck? You're cute. Oh my god, you're so fucking cute! What even is this? You're attacking me with cute. Oh, jeez and golly gosh. Oh my god, you're so fucking cute! What is this? Ah! Oh my god, you're so fucking cute! Wait, I just woke up? Yeah, why are you saying, wait, you're so fucking cute! We biting? Akai, just beat me in a call, alright? We'll play Pokemon. Jesus. Ugh. And hey, also, thank you for letting me do like a stream that's just like ranting about things, because I feel really good now. I feel super mellow. I woke up and was like, angry energy, but not actually angry. Just like, I wanted to vibe and complain about things, and I'm glad that it went over very well. I'm canceling the raid. And now we're doing it again. Bite stream later? Oh. Four-way Pokemon win? You want us to have a Pokemon four-way? We could do that. We have done that before in private. Raid message? What? There's your raid message. Go over and raid. We should test the cutscene glitch with 4 people later. Someone on Twitter told me that the cutscene glitch can happen when you're not in multiplayer, and I don't know if I believe them. I asked them for a follow-up, and we'll see. But for now, hey, keep being you. It's my favorite thing you do. Raid message is chomp chomp chomp. Tell Gwillem you love him. Have a good one. I almost ripped a big fart before turning off the VOD. Y'all consider yourselves lucky, alright?